Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Possessed Temporary Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. If he was going to die, Toshinori had seriously expected to die in a fight. He expected that his predicted death at the hands of a villain would happen face to face with his nemesis, all for one, striking a blow that finally killed him. He didn't expect it to be during a rescue mission saving kids from a building collapse. He didn't expect the attack, too comfortable in the fear he inspired in common villains to expect the thin, sharp knife slid in between his ribs and into his one good lung. If he hadn't been holding 2 stories of concrete and rebar up single-handedly, maybe he would have been able to dodge, or move out of the way, get a kick-off before, rather than after, the villain punctured his one lung. The 2 remaining students in the building screamed, one running for the exit, the other pinned down under a piece of rubble that had fallen from the ceiling when he flinched and moved. The villain rounded on the girl who was pulling desperately at her leg and crying. She was maybe 9, and fear looked wrong on her face. It usually did to Toshinori, especially on kids, but she was especially scared and kept looking over her shoulder at the window. "Hey, what do you think you're looking at? When I am here," Toshinori yelled, kicking a rock towards the villain, knocking him back into the wall, unconscious. There was a snort and Toshinori looked over his shoulder to see the villain who had destroyed the supports for the school bearing down to charge. He had some ridiculous rhino theme that fit his mutation quirk, and he lowered his head to strike with one long sickle-like horn. "Get away from him!" The little girl yelled and a stream of oil shot across the room and onto the floor as the villain charged. He spun, holding the roof up, and it may have stopped there if he hadn't taken that moment to choke on blood, bursting from his mouth as the villain skid and slid into him and the building came down. Mika coughed, spitting up blood and grit from the dust suspended in the air around them. She wasn't trapped under rubble anymore, but the trade-off wasn't great. Her leg hurt but didn't seem broken, but it was dark and she was definitely underground, trapped in an entirely different way. "Do not fear, for I'm still holding up the building," All Might said, and his voice was far shakier than Mika had ever heard it. She looked over to him and he was holding up the small space that they were trapped in. He looked rough, his eyes swollen shut, blood down the front of his uniform, and his breathing was ragged and had a rattle to it. "Are you okay?" She blurted out and he smiled, giving her a thumbs up. "Never better." She didn't exactly believe him. They were quiet for a long time, until the silence felt too heavy to deal with in the small, cramped space. "My brother was supposed to pick me up today," Mika said softly, and All Might nodded at her. "Do you get along?" "Yeah. We're both foster kids, and we've been siblings for a few years now. He came from a bad house before, but he's really strong and smart." She smiled, putting on a brave face. "He's trying to get into UA and be a hero." "Must run in the family then, you have a heroic spirit," he declared, and she flushed bright red. It didn't feel right to not help. "Sorry it ruined everything," she said softly, and All Might shook his head. "No, you did fine, my girl. If I had been able to move fast enough, your assistance would have been invaluable." All Might smiled and Mika nodded. "Thanks." Eventually Mika started babbling, All Might nodding or commenting as necessary. It was mostly for her, panic was filling her, the close walls of their trapped position filling her with a creeping anxiety. There was a clattering over them and All Might grunted, blood spilling over his lips and onto the ground, seeping into her stockings. "Mika-chan, can you hear us?" The voice was faint, but she recognized it from the group of heroes who had tried to evacuate the school. "Ah, Kamui Woods, we are here." All Might's voice boomed in the small space and there was a scrabbling noise. "Mika, can you hear me?" Mika burst into tears. "Misen, I'm okay," she yelled, coughing hard after. "Stay calm." Those words felt like a soothing hug holding her in place. "We have to be very careful digging you out so nothing collapses, but there are a lot of heroes." "Yeah, All Might is with me," she said, and her brother laughed, muffled through the many feet of dirt between them. "That's cool, Mika, we can get him to sign your autograph book after." Ni-san. Mika whined and glanced at All Might, who wasn't looking at her and maybe pretending he hadn't heard. It's okay, I'm helping as much as I can, so I have to go. Koji-chan is also trapped, but he's all alone, okay? Please don't leave. Mika said, suddenly desperate, hugging her knees tighter to her. Just stay calm, Mika. Her brother instructed, and she relaxed, her limbs suddenly heavy and relaxed. Okay, she said, her voice too small to be heard above ground. A good boy, your brother? All Might said, setting a hand on her shoulder. She nodded. He's my hero. Kamui Woods watched the young man scurry off to help out at the other rescue zones, and worked to lattice a network of supporting routes as MT Lady lifted rock after rock. He has a good quirk for this. Creepy though. It gives me the willies, Lady said, shuddering visibly, and Kamui Woods rolled his eyes. Does it matter if it keeps people safe and calm enough to rescue? It just seems creepy is all, the way their eyes go funny especially. She pouted and lifted another rock out of the way, the pile shifting again, Kamui adjusting his network to support the loss of that piece of rubble. It took 2 hours to safely move the rubble off of them to where someone could get them out. The boy slipped in and grabbed his sister, her clinging to him and covered in far, far too much blood. I can take her to the paramedics if you want to help get him out? Kamui Woods offered, and the boy nodded. I can at least help keep him relaxed while we make more room. The boy nodded, and his sister clung to his sleeve. Ni-san? She asked, and he smiled calmly back at her. Go with him, they need to check you out. He said, and she nodded, her cheeks streaked with tears and blood, not much of it looking like her own. Kamui Woods carried her off, and he slid into the hole again, Lady clearing more space for All Might to be helped out. The space was too small for a man his size, and there was too much blood on the ground, too much of All Might's blood. Hi, how does it feel? Lighter, if a little more comes off I can dash. All Might suddenly seized up, breath rattling out, blood coming up with it, and he clutched at his chest. It wasn't the lung that got him in the end, it was his heart. Tashinori felt his heart seize, fluttering weakly in his chest, and the kid in front of him was yelling, but he couldn't hear. His ears were full of cotton, blood rushing through them till everything was dull and muffled, the kid all he could see. His eyes were full of a terror Tashinori was almost glad he'd never have to see again. What? He asked, and suddenly the world focused in a bit, dialed down. Keep breathing, it's gonna be okay, just keep your heart beating. The boy's words had power to them, shocking through him, and he felt his heart stutter and keep beating a moment longer before he coughed blood all over the kid's face. This wasn't how I thought it'd go, Tashinori said weakly, smiling still, and then he froze. Izuku. Izuku was at the beach. This was only supposed to be a quick stop on the way. He was waiting for his future to start, a future that wouldn't if things ended here, now. His mind went quickly where it always did when he brushed with death. Shimura Nana. The boy was yelling, telling him to just keep breathing, forcing power into his words, Tashinori choking on his own blood. His face was panic, fear, and Tashinori closed his eyes a moment, feeling his form wavering. Calm down. Don't panic, just keep breathing. Help. The boy yelled over his shoulder, and Tashinori shook his head. You need to listen. I don't have a choice, but I'm glad it could be a hero. He wheezed, the kid's eyes going even wider as sheets of steam billowed off of him, and he transformed. Just stay alive, please just stay alive a little longer. The kid begged him, holding onto one of his hands in a white-knuckle grip. Yes, just a little. Tashinori nodded and took a deep breath. I need you to find him. My successor. Midoriya Izuku, he'll be at Dagoba Beach. You can find him when we get out, the hole is big enough. Just move with me. The boy said, pulling on him, and Tashinori shook his head. He had to hope it would be enough, the blood all over this kid's face, in his eyes. In his mouth. He reached out, noticing a second how shaky his hands were, and covered the boy's mouth. Swallow. The beach was nothing to look at, cluttered with garbage as it was. He was still stunned, frankly, still covered in blood, still running high on adrenaline and panic and fear. He had run here, and the stitch in his side hadn't let up the whole time he ran. He felt too much Like everything was so present around him. The cars, the people, the noise. It was all so much, too much, closing in on him. Are you okay? Hey, breathe. He hadn't felt the hands on his shoulders steadying him until the kid in front of him said something. God, we should get you to a hospital dash, the other boy said, nervous and twitching. He was shorter, scrawny, freckled, but in workout clothes like he was on an evening workout on the most disgusting beach in Japan. Not mine. He finally breathed. Are you Midoriya Izuku? I have to find him. A what? I mean, yes, that's me. What do you mean it isn't yours? Did you hurt someone? The boy asked, suddenly putting distance between them, and he fell to his knees, finally spent. All Might. It's his blood. He told me to find you and to let you know, I guess. All Might? What happened to All Might? What did you do? Midoriya yelled, hands raised defensively. His form was bad, not like the worst, but not great. It wasn't like he wasn't used to being treated like a villain, but it still hurt to hear this from someone who wasn't even there. I tried to save him. There was an attack. I told him to keep breathing. To keep going until... The boy choked on a sob, and only then did he realize he was crying. I'm so sorry. Who are you? What happened? Midoriya said and looked down at him, and the fear on his face was obvious. My name is Shinso Hitoshi, and an hour ago All Might died in my arms. Shinso said, crying, and when he looked up he saw that this boy he had just met's entire world had ended. End Chapter 1. Chapter text. Shinso knocked tentatively on the door to the Midoriya's apartment and leaned back against the railing. It felt weird to be here. His sister was in the hospital, both of his foster parents busy but also giving him space after what he witnessed. Breakfast had been quiet and quick, and his mother had told him she booked him an appointment with a grief counselor she knew who specialized in trauma recovery. That was all she had said before kissing his forehead and telling him to take it easy for the day, his father nodding and handing him some money to eat dinner with in case they were still at the hospital. She's in ICU until they rule out pneumonia. If you want to come by, call me. His father had said, and they rushed off. Shinso didn't blame them. Mika needed them far more right now than he did. She wasn't doing bad, all things considered. Her leg had been pretty banged up and they had to basically cut her uniform off with shears. It was so plastered with blood, but very little of it had been hers. No, most of it had been. Hello? Are you Shinso-kun? Midoriya's mother smiled and opened the door wide. Nodded, swallowing down the path his brain had been on. Ah, yes, Midoriya asked me to come by. Yeah, he's in his room. He's having a rough day today after he got the news, but I'm sure you're not doing any better. She said, setting a gentle hand on his shoulder as he walked with her through the apartment to Izuku's room. She smiled and stepped back. Have fun, I'll make you boys some snacks. Izuku was a big DMN hero nerd. Not that Shinso, or really anyone nowadays, wasn't. He wanted to go to UA for a lot of the same reasons, All Might's alma mater and all. The biggest thing was his room though, filled ceiling to floor with some premium All Might merch. Nice room. Shinso said simply from the door, and Izuku spun around in his desk chair. The boy had obviously been crying earlier, his eyes puffy and red. Oh, you came. Yeah, my whole family is at the hospital so I had the day free. Shinso said softly. How is your sister? She's okay, shocked. I told her about All Might last night and she cried for about an hour. Shinso said, and Izuku winced, moving from the desk to the bed, grabbing a notebook labeled, One for All from the stack as he went. Yeah, I bet that was hard for her to hear. Being the last person he saved and all. Yeah, my parents had to threaten legal stuff to get the paparazzi to leave the hospital. Shinso sighed and slumped down in the now vacant chair. He leaned back and stared at the ceiling. So, you figure anything out? Not a lot. I've been going over what I know. Izuku said and chewed on his pencil as he flipped through the notebook. Not much. Great. Awesome. Shinso groaned and rubbed at his face. I just don't understand why he had you swallow his blood. That's a little gruesome. Izuku shuddered, not stopping his scanning of the notes he had. You said he had a way to pass on his quirk, right? So maybe it had something to do with that. Shinso suggested, and Midoriya paused thinking. God, did he really want me to do that? Ugh. The boy shuddered and Shinso laughed. He probably had a better way, it was just easier then. Shinso said, leaning back in Midoriya's desk chair. Well, quirks are largely considered to be genetically linked, which is why hero families like the Idas exist at all, why quirk marriages happen. So yeah, maybe just any genetic material would have worked. Izuku suggested, and Shinso nodded. That doesn't change the fact that we don't know enough about this. About how it works, what I can do now, none of it. If it's his quirk, you should be super strong now though, right? Izuku suggested, and Shinso frowned down at his hands. I don't feel super strong though. Maybe you have to activate it? Yagi-san seemed to have to flex? Sort of? Keep his bigger form up by effort. Izuku said, and Shinso frowned. Yeah, but it might have been because of his injury though. Maybe I have to manifest it in my own way? It was still hard to think of All Might as the man who had died in his arms. Skin and bone, hollow eyes. Midoriya, after they had both calmed down, had told him about All Might's injury 5 years ago, before they exchanged contact information. Shinso twisted one of the myriad figures on Izuku's desk between his fingers, running his hands over the plastic muscles. He wondered for a moment if they'd ever make a figure of the man as he was last Shinso had seen him. Izuku seemed to be deep in thought before he eventually sat up straight. Well, what's your quirk? We could do some tests and see if it got stronger. Shinso froze and dropped the action figure on the desk. He swallowed. Maybe not. Maybe I should, I dunno, try to lift something impossible. Shinso suggested. Like a train or my algebra textbook instead. Izuku laughed at that and shook his head. No, but what's your quirk? I'm quirkless, but I've always been really interested in them, and what if this changed it? We should definitely try it out too. We could go to the beach and do both, unless it's super physical of course, cause we don't want you to get in trouble for unlicensed quirk use in public or something. And Midoriya kept mumbling about training and tests to see what was different and how to test if his physical quirk, which Shinso definitely did not have, was any stronger without getting in legal trouble, and Shinso stood, knocking over the chair. Bathroom. He stammered and hurried out. He buried his face in his hands in the bathroom. He didn't have anyone else he could talk to about this. His parents were on edge, worrying about Mika. And him too, obviously, if the extra therapy was any indication. It's like they could tell something was bothering him, but if this was some big generational secret, he couldn't exactly go blabbing to just anyone. He'd been with them longer than a lot of his foster parents, but that didn't mean he felt he could lay this big thing on them without knowing what exactly was even happening himself. The point was, if he told Midoriya his quirk, how long would it be before he didn't have anyone to talk to? 10 minutes? An hour? Maybe a few days? Especially if he thought it would be stronger now. Shinso groaned and leaned forward on the toilet, letting the panic die down a bit before he ran a hand over his face and stood back up. He breathed out, looking in the mirror, and smiled widely, trying to look friendly, before sighing and walking out, blank-faced as usual. Mika called him cool and collected, calm, like a hero. Most people seemed to think he just looked spooky or like he was trying to be better than them. Cocky and unapproachable. Only one of those was true. Being unapproachable usually meant people left him alone. He was always alone anyhow. What did it matter if Midoriya Izuku didn't like him, or thought he was a villain, or that he couldn't be a hero? He was used to it by now. It took Shinso another few moments to open the door again. Midoriya's mom peeking down the hall, looking ready to cry as she waved at him. So this is the training regime that All Might gave me to get in shape before the entrance exam, but your build is different, so maybe we should go to a gym and see if they can help us adapt it to work for you too. Midoriya said as soon as he entered the room, holding out a printed sheet of paper. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. So my quirk dash. You don't have one either, right? Sorry to put you on the spot. Midoriya smiled gently. I know what it's like to be, well, looked down on by people with flashy, heroic quirks. That hit home, really tight in his chest. Shinso took a deep breath. No, I do have one. It isn't big, or flashy, or even helpful really, I think, but I want to be a hero regardless. Shinso said, and Midoriya seemed almost disappointed. What is it then if that's okay? He asked, and Shinso clenched his jaw. Mind control. Shinso said, bluntly, not meeting Midoriya's eyes. Anyone who responds to me, I can take control of them for a while. If that's going to be a problem for you, tell me now and I'll figure this out alone. The room was silent and Shinso grit his teeth. I'm not gonna do anything to you, so just tell me if I need to leave or not. He growled and finally looked up to see Midoriya frantically writing in a notebook. Shinso rolled his eyes. Yeah, sure, write it down. I'm really not dash. No, I'm taking notes. How long can you control someone? Does it have like a range limit? What about other kinds of communication or other languages? Like, could you control someone using sign language, or does it have to be verbal? Midoriya asked rapid fire one after another, and Shinsu's head spun. Hold on, that's really not a problem? Why would it be? That's a super useful ability, especially for villain apprehension and interrogation for investigation work. Midoriya answered, and Shinso was so stunned he just blinked back. No, but like, you're not afraid I'm gonna, I dunno, control your mind? He asked, waving his hands towards the other boy spookily. Midoriya shrugged. You said you wouldn't, and like, if you were gonna, wouldn't you have done it by now? Midoriya said, and Shinso froze. That easily. He accepted what so many people kicked him around for, talked down to him for, avoided and mocked him for. What 3 kids had put him in the hospital for 4 years ago. Who do you want me to control for you then? Shinso bit out, and Midoriya froze, pencil hovering over the page. He started, then glared up at him. You asked me if this was a problem for me, but it sounds like it's a problem for you. I don't want anyone controlled. I want to help. He would have wanted me to help. That stung, and that little part of Shinsu's chest that had been tight from before tightened more. Sheet. He sighed and looked away. I really effed this up, huh? I can get together all the stuff he told me for you then, if you don't want me to help. I know it's hard to trust that I could even help. Wait, why? Shinso frowned, and Midoriya pointed at himself. I mean, look at me. Okay, yeah, you're short and scrawny, but like, you are the only person I know who even knew about this. Lady didn't even know anything about a successor when I started asking or dash. No, I mean, I'm just a quirkless nobody who isn't ever gonna be able to be a hero now, and Midoriya spat out, and the pure venom in his voice made Shinso wince first, then boil into anger next. What? Dude, no, listen, did you forget my quirk? I'm like, gonna have to beef up all to sheet to pass whatever physical test the hero students need. How do you think my quirk is actually gonna help if they have us doing like long jumps and sheet? Nada. Shinso said and paced back and forth. You've already cleared like half that beach in 2 months. That sheet would take me a year. Yeah, but I don't have a quirk, Midoriya said, and Shinso shrugged again. So? I have a villain quirk, we're a match made in heaven. Shinso laughed bitterly, and Midoriya sighed heavily. Yeah, okay. So tell me about it. I like analysis and I'm pretty good at it, I think. He said, and Shinso gestured at the notebooks labeled things like analysis for the future and hero training plans. You've got like 200 notebooks around here with analysis stuff in 'em, so I'll trust you've got practice at least. Shinso grinned, and Midoriya threw a pillow at him. Shut up and spill. Okay, as far as I know, I have to understand they're talking to me, but not what they're saying. Nonverbal communication doesn't work, so written stuff and sign don't count. They also have to be able to hear my commands and comprehend them. I was friends with a deaf kid in school before I moved here, and I couldn't control him, so yeah. Shinso answered. What about range? Midoriya asked and wrote quickly in the notebook. Shouting distance. If I had a way to amplify, maybe that would work, but over the phone or through like an intercom doesn't work. What about a megaphone? Midoriya asked, chewing on the eraser of his pencil, and Shinso laughed a little. I don't exactly have access to try it out, honestly. He grinned, and Midoriya nodded, still writing lightning fast. He had to be writing way more than Shinso was saying, frankly. Was he holding both a conversation and doing analysis at the same time? Shinso blinked at him. And they were sure this kid didn't have some kind of brain enhancement quirk? Fair. Okay, and how long? Until there's a physical disruption, pain usually. But sometimes just being jostled enough does it. I don't really know how long overall. I haven't held someone more than a few minutes, maybe an hour at the longest, but I didn't feel strained. Once they're controlled until they break out somehow. Not to say there isn't probably a limit, I just don't know it. Are there things you can't tell people to do? Hurt themselves even as an accidental side effect, 'cause then they break out. I don't know the limit on that either. Shinso answered and shuddered a bit. There had been a few times he hadn't had a great understanding of how literal he had to be while telling a bully to leave that he left, and kept leaving until the effect wore off. So you could tell them to hurt themselves, but that's the end of your control? Can you keep controlling the same person over and over? Midoriya mused and Shinso winced at that too. Yeah, but it gets harder each time in the same day. Shinso nodded and he frowned a bit. Okay, and how complicated can your instructions be? I can tell people to physically do stuff, but telling them to give me information is harder. I could tell a guy to sit and wait for the cops, and that's fine. But if I told him to tell me his confession or tell me who did a crime, it's less effective. I can usually work around that and find a physical way to execute that kind of stuff, but it's less straightforward. Alright, that's cool. Midoriya smiled and closed the notebook. You've got a pretty comprehensive understanding of your quirk considering. I've been in quirk counseling or related counseling since I was 5 so. Shinso shrugged and Midoriya's smile faded. Aren't you supposed to get out of quirk counseling when you're 8? Yeah, normally you are. Shinso scowled. Turns out if you have a suspect quirk and people discriminate against you for it, the system is designed to keep you in it for 2 years after each reported quirk use incident. Reported, not verified. Geez. Midoriya breathed out all in one gust, and that mimicked Shinso's feelings about it so perfectly he grinned. Yep. Anyhow, what do we want to do then? Shinso sighed. Okay, so control me. Midoriya declared, and Shinso choked on the water Midoriya's mom had brought to him when he arrived. What? No. Shinso yelled and Midoriya rolled his eyes. God, just do it. Nothing bad is gonna happen. I just need you to test out some of the things you haven't done before and see if All Might made them stronger. So tell me to tell you something, try to snap me out of it on purpose, that whole thing. He said and set the notebook aside on the bed. It was quiet a moment and Shinso tasted blood from worrying at his lower lip too much. Midoriya sighed. I'm consenting. I could sign something? No, I just don't want to make you hate me. He blurted and Midoriya blinked owlishly up at him at that. I won't. Like I said, we need to know what you're capable of. If you had a fire-breathing power, I'd be telling you to blast it off too. He insisted and Shinso sat down. Yeah, maybe it'd be better for you to sign something? Yeah, no problem. I drafted a general sort of thing while we were chatting. Midoriya grinned and opened his notebook to a page, tearing it out after he signed it and giving it to Shinso. Since you can't get people to do super-minute things like provide information without super specific instruction, I put a bunch of personal info on it, so don't lose it or something. Shinso read over the waiver, and then choked a bit at the sheer length of information that he provided. Blood type, date of birth, family registry information. Geez, and you're sure you don't have an intelligence quirk? Shinso scoffed and Midoriya looked away. I'm sure. We tested for a lot of invisible quirks growing up. He said softly and Shinso winced. That was probably kind of insensitive. Sorry. Okay, are we ready? Yeah, don't really hurt me bad or something to get me out if it comes to that. And don't hit my face. I don't want Mom to worry. Midoriya said and Shinso nodded. There was a minute of terse strained silence, and Shinso couldn't respond. He was silent, his tongue feeling too thick in his mouth. He hadn't really used his quirk, other than the other day or in self-defense. Even the tests he had initially done with it when he was a kid had been limited. Most of what he knew was because of bullies forcing him to use it or have something worse happen to him. Shinsu's knee bounced and Midoriya's head thumped back against the wall. Are you gonna start? he asked, and Shinso pulled a pained face. I'm working on it. Shinso snapped, his face hot, and Midoriya lifted his hands in surrender. Shinso took a deep breath. Are you sure? Yeah, it's fine. The words cut off as Shinso activated his quirk, Midoriya's face going slack and vacant. What's your worst fear? The answer was choked, fearful, but devoid of physical response. Keikachin. That hit him hot in his stomach. A bully. He didn't really ask so much as stated. He was my best friend. Again the response was garbled, strangled, restrained. Okay, so I can, get information now. That's new. I'm going to the other room, answer your phone when I call. Shinso said, and Midoriya didn't even nod. That sort of instruction was simple enough that he knew it would work regardless, and he stepped out of the room. He fumbled with his phone, waving awkwardly to Midoriya's mom, who was still peeping as unobtrusively as possible. He called, and the phone rang once before the phone picked up. Hello. Okay, come out of the room. Hitoshi said softly into the phone so that he couldn't possibly hear him through the door. There was a long pause. Did you hear me? Yes. Okay. He sighed and hung up, going back in. He frowned at Izuku. This felt so. There was a crawling discomfort in his stomach, frankly. While he didn't exactly have a lot of friends, the ones he had usually were around before because he couldn't control them, or because they felt confident that he wouldn't. Jinbei because he was deaf. Misa because she was mute. He had never used his quirk on a friend before. He had used it on classmates at their request when he was younger, but they had never really been friends. More people using him so they didn't have to be truly responsible for their actions. He grit his teeth and closed the door. Put your leg behind your head. Hitoshi said, and Midoriya didn't move. Okay, he wasn't that flexible then, and he still couldn't force him to attempt something he couldn't achieve. Okay, I'm out of ideas. Hitoshi said and leaned over, pinching Midoriya. The boy didn't respond. He pinched again, harder, and Hitoshi grit his teeth when nothing changed. Can you feel that? I have a scar there, so not really here. Midoriya offered his arm, and Shinso crooked an eyebrow before pinching it, hard. Still nothing. Okay, I'm gonna hit you. Shinso said and leaned over, Midoriya still sitting in the same position. He slapped down on his arm, and blushed when there wasn't much power behind it. He wasn't exactly cool with hitting his friends. Okay, no, never mind. He said and released his quirk from him. Midoriya slumped and rubbed at his arm. Ow. He mumbled, and Shinso sat back on the bed. Sorry. He said back, and Midoriya stretched. You could have been rougher if you wanted to try and see what the limit was. Midoriya said casually, and Shinso winced a bit. I'm not in the habit of beating up my friends. Shinso sighed, and Midoriya stiffened. Yeah. He said softly, and Shinso rubbed at the back of his head. It probably wasn't cool to say that kind of thing considering what Midoriya had told him about his friend. It wasn't like this wasn't going to destroy this budding friendship anyway, though. Shinso swallowed and looked away from him. Sorry I asked about your fears and stuff. I couldn't think of anything else. Shinso admitted, and Midoriya shrugged. You couldn't do that before though, right? Question people? That's a jump. He said, and Shinso felt the tense atmosphere dissolve. For a kid who obviously didn't have a lot of social graces, he had this relaxing way about him. It kind of made sense that All Might would have picked him. There was that same sort of essence to them. Yeah, that's definitely more powerful. If we want to check, like, if you can super strength bench press a car or something, maybe we should meet at the beach. That doesn't seem to be a huge quirk power jump, and considering it is All Might. Shinsu's heart dropped out. Yeah, that's how things usually went. Whatever moment they saw his quirk, however that went, it didn't take long for him to start hearing excuses and for them to be looking for a way away from him. Yeah, they're not exactly comparable. Shinso said, and Midoriya nodded quickly. Exactly. He smiled. Thanks for not, taking things too far. No, why would I? I want to be a hero. What kind of hero uses his powers to hurt people? Shinso scowled, and Midoriya froze, chuckling awkwardly. Yeah, right, totally. Anyway, you want to meet me there in a bit? Yeah, I should swing by home and see how my sister is. Oh, yeah, Let me know how she's doing. He sounded genuine. Not like he was just trying to get rid of him, which was nice. Even if it was fake, it was nice to not feel rushed as he gathered his things. Shinso nodded. What time should we meet? He asked, not really thinking that far ahead. Anxiety crawled in his stomach. He had maybe kind of hoped things could go well here, but he knew exactly how this would go from here out. He'd keep making plans, and keep flaking on them, until eventually Shinso gave up trying to keep doing this. This was always the part he hated when friendships fell apart. He felt a bit sick as he closed his bag. 7? I should have dinner first. Okay, yeah, I'll head on out. Sorry about the invasion of your privacy. Shinso said, voice less firm than he had initially hoped. It's fine. We're working on a project after all. Midoriya smiled and Shinso actually felt for a second like he might actually show up at the beach later. He walked out and through the apartment nodding to Midoriya's mother on his way out. Thanks for having me, he said on instinct and opened the door. Once outside he ran all the way to the train station. Shinso showed up at the park a bit late and was astounded to find Midoriya there, ready, and moving heavy garbage from the beach and up to the collection zone. Shinso suddenly felt underprepared in his casual clothes while Midoriya had comfortable workout gear on. Shinso looked down and scowled when he realized he didn't even have decent shoes on. Oh hey! Midoriya noticed him and waved. I found an old sedan we could practice on. Yeah, sure. Hold on. Shinso dropped his bag by Midoriya's stuff and jogged over to him. Midoriya launched in immediately on some analysis that he had done on All Might's Quirk, based on old speculation, forum posts, and what he had heard directly. He also said a bunch of stuff about testing and training and threw an awful lot of numbers around. Shinso was still stuck on the fact that not only was Midoriya even here at all, and hadn't stood him up even though Shinso was late, but that he still even wanted to talk to him. So what do you think? Midoriya asked and Shinso blinked. Sorry, can you repeat that? He asked, rubbing at the back of his head embarrassed. Midoriya flushed too. Oh dang, was I mumbling? I've got a bad habit of that. Where'd you drop off? He asked and Shinso chuckled softly. You, found an old car for us to test things on? Shinso winced and Midoriya nodded, launching in all over again. God, was this guy just patience incarnate? Maybe. Maybe that was why he was a better hero than him already and he didn't even have or need a quirk. He was smart, knew quirks back and forth, understood all the minute details of strength training when Shinso had barely even touched a dumbbell. He was cool under pressure, understanding, slow to anger. Everything Shinso wasn't. Hey Midoriya? He started and the boy stopped his flood of speculation. And questions. Oh yeah yes? He asked, looking over at him and Shinso steeled himself. Do you If we figure all of this out, do you want me to give All Might's power to you if I, can? He asked and Midoriya looked shocked. I don't know. That's not why I'm helping, if that's what you're worried about. I know without a quirk I'm not much use, but even then, I know some stuff and can help. I want to help for All Might's sake. And for you too, Shinso-kun. You didn't exactly have the chance to say no or prepare yourself for this like I was going to. Midoriya, you're like worth a million guys who have quirks. You're way better suited for this whole thing than me even. Shinso sighed and Midoriya went red. I mean hell, I didn't even think you would show up after I used you earlier. You didn't use anything, Shinso-kun. Midoriya said and Hitoshi looked over at him. The boy looked mad frankly. His face was red, hands clenched into fists by his side. Aren't we in this together? Just because I'm a useless quirkless nobody doesn't mean I can't make my own choices. What? No, I never thought any of that. All Might chose you for a reason, I was just who was around. If you don't take me seriously without a quirk then you might as well give it to me now. Midoriya said holding his hand out in Shinso's face, a scowl firmly in place. Shinso gaped. I can't. I don't know how. He said softly and Midoriya nodded sharply. Fine. Then work with me to figure it out. If you still want to then we can. Midoriya said and stomped towards the beach. Yeah. I suppose we can. Hitoshi said softly and started helping him move trash to the collection zone. They worked for longer than Shinso maybe should have based on the way he walked to their break space, stiff and limping a bit. Izuku had obviously pushed his limit too, sweat running in rivers down his face as he drained his water bottle. They sat quietly for a moment. If you really don't want to do this, you could just give me a hair to eat or something. I can do this myself if I need to. Izuku said softly, picking up the conversation he had stomped away from. Do you want that? It might not work, but if you wanted we could try. Shinso said, and to Izuku's relief he sounded reluctant. I only ever wanted to be a hero. He said back. It wasn't a real answer, yes or no. Did he want this? To be a hero? There was a reason he accepted All Might's offer knowing as little as he did. But now he really wasn't sure he wanted to go through this alone. It was one thing to have a mentor, a teacher in all of this. It was a whole different thing to have to struggle through how to even use the DMN thing. If it helps, I think you're well on your way already. Shinso said, leaning back into a sun-warmed old tire, and Midoriya jolted beside him. He smiled, wide, and felt tears falling down his face. God, and now Shinso was looking at him and looked upset. No one else has ever said that to me before. Except. He stopped and sniffled and Shinso panicked. Oh, shit, please don't cry, like, I meant it as a compliment. The other boy assured him, trying to soothe him with a small pat on his back. Izuku chuckled bitterly. No, I mean, I've been apologized to by everyone for years. Doctors, teachers, even my own mom. It's nice to have someone else believe in me. Other than All Might. Midoriya smiled through the tears and Shinso nodded and looked out at the beach. Izuku dried his face with a towel Shinso offered him, and Izuku expected him to say some kind of deep thought about how similar they were. I'm gonna try to flip a car. Was what came out instead, and Midoriya laughed, wiping tears from his face. Lift with your knees. Shinso hopped up and approached the sedan, sitting in the sand, surface pockmarked with rust and salt deposits. He appraised where to grab and then crouched, gripping the door panel and heaving. The car shot out over the bay, the door he had held flipping and landing a few feet away, and Shinso screamed in pain, Izuku shooting to his feet as his friend collapsed. Shinso-kun. What happened? He stopped when as he approached he saw his friend's arms a gruesome purple bruise from shoulder to fingertips. I think I exploded. Shinso said and then blacked out. Izuku was kind of proud of his friend because even in all that pain, Shinso still managed to smile. End of chapter. It took an impossibly long time for Midoriya to figure out how to access Shinso's emergency contacts in his phone as the ambulance showed up. Hey kiddo. Hey hello, my name is Midoriya Izuku, I'm. Midoriya paused a moment, qualifying their relationship, friends with Shinso. There's been an accident and he's being treated by some EMTs right now. Is he okay? Where are you? The woman said, panic in her voice. At Dagoba Beach, we were doing some physical training and car fell on him. Yep. Midoriya lied, wincing at how unconvincing he sounded. I'm on my way, can you hand me to the paramedics? Shinso's mom had that same straight-to-the-point energy her son had, but more self-assured, years of experience Izuku guessed. Oh, excuse me, can you speak to her? It's his mother. Midoriya interrupted the EMT on site, handing him the phone. Do you want to ride along? He's stable. I don't know how something like this happened, but he's lucky his body didn't immediately go into shock. The other EMT said, looking at him with a curious expression on her face. What did you say happened? Oh, a car fell off one of the stacks and crushed him. I have an enhancement quirk, so I managed to get it off before I called. Izuku lied and the EMT nodded. Like I said, lucky. You kids should look into doing something safer for your workouts. Join a gym maybe. She said, hopping up into the ambulance. Yeah, you're right. I'll come along. Midoriya nodded and the EMT handed Shinso's phone back. She's meeting us there. Scoot back and we can move. Midoriya didn't really know exactly how to handle the parents of friends. The only mom of a friend he ever dealt with was Kachin's mom, and she had known him since he was a literal baby, so she was basically loud family. Shinso's mother was calm, a simmering fount of anger that was very different from Bakugo Basin's explosive temper. Explain it again. she said levelly, and Midoriya felt like he was being examined. Interrogated. It was a very different form of quiet, simmering anger than he was used to. We were training together and he got hurt and I called you right away. We had been trying to clean up the beach while we were at it cause it seemed like good community service. Midoriya said again, sighing. His mom still wasn't here yet, but he really wished she was. If only as a buffer. Excuse me, Mrs. Shimea? A doctor called from the door. Yes, here. The woman in front of Izuku said, walking over. Oh, was that not his mom? She was labeled as his emergency contact in his phone, but, you know what? Not his business. He shadowed her over to the doctor and the doctor met his eyes for a second. Frankly, he's doing better than I expected. We have a few healing quirk users on staff, so we managed to heal most of the broken bones. How exactly did this happen? Mrs. Shimea looked at Izuku sharply, and he nodded. He was training with me at the beach and a car fell on him. I managed to move it before the paramedics arrived. The doctor said, clearly not believing him much but nodded regardless. That would explain the state of his bones. Powder. That's how I would describe them. Frankly, I'm astounded he didn't go into shock from the trauma. Midoriya winced again. Mrs. Shimea examined him with a level, cold, angry stare then turned back to the doctor. How is he? He recently had a trauma with the events at Kabuki Elementary. He's resting now, the healing took a bit out of him, and he will have a cast on his right arm for about 3 weeks. 3 pins and 4 screws. We couldn't just heal all of it with the state he was in. He also has a significant case of quirk exhaustion, we may need to keep him a few days. The doctor looked back to Midoriya. Can we have a moment? Oh yeah, of course. He walked back over and sat. The doctor and Shinsu's mother spoke for a moment, glancing at him occasionally, and he buried his face in his hands. He shouldn't have lied about his quirk, that was something they could check on, but he didn't know what else to do. Izuku! He was wrapped up in his mom's arms before he knew it, and then he cried. He shook as she pet his head. It's okay, it'll be okay. I'm worried he really hurt himself. Izuku confessed and his mom nodded into his hair, musing it worse than usual. Mrs. Midoriya, may we speak with you? The doctor asked and Izuku panicked a bit as she nodded and walked over. There was an obviously intense discussion and Izuku sat, wiping his face, and he watched. His mother seemed immediately just as defensive as Mrs. Shimea was. Both women squared off in only the way women who had to raise their sons through trauma had to be. Things got louder for a moment, both women upset, and the doctor nodded and turned to leave, the women both still talking loudly as he gracefully left them to their argument. Mrs. Shimea eventually walked outside of the waiting room with her phone to presumably make some calls and Izuku's mother walked up to him, sitting beside him. She sighed heavily and leveled a look at him that was kind but serious. What happened, Izuku? And tell me the truth because there's a chance you could get in a lot of trouble. She said softly and Izuku felt himself tear up. He was trying to use his quirk to enhance his own ability. I think it really hurt him to try and I didn't want him to get in trouble. His mother is concerned that this was some kind of bullying thing. I assured her that you're not a bully, you don't even have a quirk. His mother sighed and leaned back. It's ultimately Shinsukuin's decision to press charges, so if what you said is true then I'm sure it will be fine. Yeah. I hope he's okay. I feel like I maybe kind of talked him into what happened. Izuku said, sighing and hanging his head. Well, it was his choice. You just have to trust him. His mother said sagely. Izuku nodded, worry eating at his chest. Shinso woke up still in more pain than he ever had been. His mother was in the room but she was alone aside from a nurse busily working on adjusting his pain medication. She was slumped forward, elbows on her knees, her face in her hands. Hey, how long have I been asleep? He said, his lips splitting, it was so dry. He winced. His mom jumped, surprised by him waking up, and quickly came over and set a gentle hand on his shoulder. All of last night and most of the day, relax, it's fine. The doctor is on their way back now. She said and he closed his eyes. Hitoshi, what happened? We were training? I thought I could do something with my quirk and it went a bit. But I think I exploded. He smiled embarrassed at her and she pinched the bridge of her nose. That isn't exactly encouraging. This Midoriya boy didn't force you to do anything? The cold in her voice made his eyes shoot open. What? No, we had an idea and I wanted to test it and things got out of hand. I think a car was involved. He said softly, filtering through the drags and the pain to look at her. She slumped, hand on her face, shoulders hunching. Okay, I'm sorry. I may have been crueler to your friend than was appropriate. After the last time I was worried he maybe did something to you. Shinso felt a heavy weight land in his stomach at the reminder and shook his head hard. He's quirkless, how could he have done anything to me? Shinso scoffed and his mother sighed heavily. Frankly, I didn't believe it when his mother told me since he said he moved a car. She said, sitting down in the chair by his bed again. I'm sorry, honey. It's fine, is he here? Shinso asked and she nodded. He pushed himself upright. Can I see him? Yeah, if after the doctor comes you can have visitors. It's late though and they may have left again, he's been checking in when he can. I doubt it, he's pretty stubborn. Shinso smiled and slumped down, starting to reach for the cup of water the nurse had left, then registering his arm was cast and in a sling connected to his chest. He sighed. God, I really messed myself up. Yeah, I haven't called Goru or Mika yet, I wanted you to be able to rest. She said and slumped heavily into the chair. Shinso was honestly grateful for the time. After his last stay in the hospital he didn't really want to worry them. His mother sighed and rubbed at her forehead. You're a handful, you know. I worry about you all the time. Sorry. I don't mean to worry you. He said. This wasn't an unfamiliar conversation either. His previous homes had said similar things before. Well, usually a lot before his case swapped hands. Is this going to be normal when you get to you? She asked softly and he froze. Not if when. He looked at her, worry and concern and a million emotions running across her face. All he could feel was a confusion of gratitude and fondness. Maybe, I'll be using my quirk and doing physical training. Injury is a risk with any of that. He answered honestly and his mom nodded. I see. I know I'm not your real mom and I don't know how you feel about us, but you're still my son. She said, her voice level and soft. He looked up at her surprised and she smiled sadly. I know you want this more than anything, and I think you'll be a good hero. But I'm always going to worry about you. Thanks. I'm sorry you're going to worry, Mom. Shinso said softly and she smiled, leaning forward and setting a hand on his knee. He didn't call her Mom often, usually just her name, Kaori, but it felt right. He felt more right calling her that right now. Just don't make this kind of stuff a regular thing. I've been in the hospital too many times this week. She scolded, swatting him gently on the leg. He winced, the pain still there despite it being healed away hours ago. Same here, he said. Izuku walked back into the hospital room, guided by the nurse. He had a barely warm cup of coffee in his hand because he couldn't seem to find a place to get rid of it, and despite his protests they just kept bringing it to him. Shinsa's mother had told him to go by himself, she needed to make a few calls, and so here he was, outside the ICU room his friend was in because he had suggested a frankly stupid thing. He walked in. Oh hey. Shinso said, voice as level as ever, and Izuku laughed, relieved. How are you, doing and all? Well, I turned my bones into jelly, so not the best but they managed to fix most of it. I'm on a pretty strong cocktail of meds to be honest. Shinso laughed and Midoriya sat down. God, that is pretty terrible. I never would have thought it could do that. Izuku said, Shinso nodding. I guess All Might did have a long time to master it and all. He answered. Yeah. The room fell silent and Izuku med himself, feeling guilty and cowardly, knowing this could have been him instead and feeling grateful it wasn't, and Shinso sighed. I'm not going to be able to train for a while. He said, looking up at the ceiling. No, probably not. Here. He said and Izuku looked up. The boy was holding out one purple hair. Are you serious? You're going to just give up? He didn't expect someone handing him his dream on a platter to make him so mad, but for some reason it did. It made him furious that after one day, of having everything that Izuku had always wanted, this guy wanted to just let it go. No. All Might chose you to begin with, but in the end it was me he gave it to. Not Kamui Woods, or MT Lady, or any of the other pro heroes around. He picked me too. Hitoshi said, still holding his one decent arm out. But I'd pick you too, so I am. Split it with me. What? Midoriya frowned and Hitoshi shrugged. Swap off, I'm tapping out till my arm is better at least. Practice, tell me what you learn, BFANG careful this sheet is. It's a lot. Then give it back. And we can swap off. Hitoshi suggests and Izuku stares at him like he grew a second head. What if that degrades it? Messes it up? He gapes. Then maybe at least one of us can handle it. Christ Midoriya, it's insane. I felt like that car was nothing but the backlash of it was like my muscles crushed every one of my bones at once. Shinso chuckled and ran his hand back through his hair. It's too much. I'll do some research and see if there's anyone who can tell us more about it, maybe help us out but I want you to hold on to it for a bit. Izuku was quiet and then nodded. Just till you're better if it even works. He declared and Shinso nodded. It doesn't feel like much. Until you try to use it. He said and Izuku nodded back. He took the hair and Shinso watched him swallow it down. It's yours now too. That was gross. Yeah, imagine how it was my first time. Shinso laughed and Midoriya laughed along. 2 days later Midoriya blew up his foot. Hey, how you doing? Midoriya said, voice tense, and Shinso balanced his phone on his shoulder. He really was struggling to make breakfast, his parents and Mika at the school trying to have her transferred since her school kind of fell apart. Oh good, my arm is healing a lot quicker than I expected. He answered. Could you, meet me at the beach? Midoriya asked and Shinso dropped his croissant. He sighed and picked it up off the floor with his injured arm, wincing when he clenched his fingers around it. Yeah, what's up? Well, I think I broke half my foot? Well, at least 3 toes and the arch if I'm looking at it right. Midoriya said and Shinso dropped his croissant again. What happened? He cursed and dropped down to reach under the table in his living room to try and fish it out. At this point breakfast was maybe a distant thought but he shouldn't leave it there. Well, I was trying to see if one for all worked like a general enhancement thing so I tried to see if I could run faster. I kind of turned some of the beach to glass. Midoriya said and chuckled, Shinso rolling his eyes. I warned you dude, I told you it's a lot. He said and Midoriya grunted. Yeah, I see that. I was, aiming for like 5%, so I didn't turn my bones to powder or something but seriously can you come meet me and help me get over to the clinic? Yeah, I can hold on. Shinso considered his breakfast a loss and quickly threw on a hoodie and his shoes, heading out the door to meet his friend. End of chapter 3. Okay, so take it for a bit, I've got some ideas but I gotta wait on this to be fixed. Izuku said and handed Shinso a green-black hair that shone in the light. Shinso frowned as he took it, Midoriya crutching off towards the train station. You're being awful cavalier about this. You maybe didn't hurt yourself as bad but they still had to settle your bones where they should be and you'll be in a boot for a bit. Shinso said and Midoriya shrugged. Trial and error. Okay, but if we're gonna be heroes we can't afford to have this big of a piece be error. Shinso said, clenching his fist. If you shatter your leg and can't move around while there's a villain attack you're a sitting duck. Midoriya stopped and hung his head, mumbling a bit in that way he seemed to when he was thinking something over. You have a point. How do we practice without breaking ourselves apart then? You said you were at what, 5%? How'd you do that? Shinso asked and Midoriya mused, crutching over towards a bench near the park they were by. I can adjust. Okay, so I focused in, and it's like there was a little flame inside me burning. I kind of visualized only letting a sliver shine out, keeping the rest inside. Sorta like lowering the power on a microwave so you don't blow up an egg you're trying to cook. Midoriya said and Shinso nodded. He didn't quite get it but maybe he could try. He swallowed the hair he had in his hand and then tried, visualizing the fire within. The Quirk's power inside him. He sort of felt what Midoriya was talking about, and he breathed out as he punched in front of him, intending to use maybe 1% of the power inside him. Wind parted and blasted out and the trees around them rustled, but nothing broke in Shinso. It hurt, a good bit, his muscles cramping along his arm and up into his shoulder, and it was almost like his bones creaked but didn't give. Yeah, like that, Midoriya said, slapping Shinso on the back. How much was that? Like 1%. Shinso croaked, rubbing at his arm. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the only reason I didn't totally mess up my leg was because the sand absorbed some of the force, so the backlash wasn't so bad. Midoriya said and pulled the notebook out of his bag, quickly jotting down a few ideas he had. I imagine that part of All Might's form was important, the muscle mass, you know? So if we work on increasing our physical ability before using the quirk, we may be able to slowly increase our capacity to harness it. Gotcha. I'm gonna look into a gym membership. Shinso sighed and Midoriya nodded, holding the notebook out to him. Shinso took it and put it in his bag. They didn't get up right away, sitting, the wind still blowing around them, kick-started by their quirk. I'm gonna have to explain this to my mom and I'm not sure what to tell her, Izuku said, gesturing at his foot. Shinso nodded. He hadn't exactly told his parents what exactly was going on either, or how a mentally Midor-type quirk had snapped back on him and broken the bones in every limb he had. You want to tell her the truth? That it's not originally yours? He asked and Izuku shrugged. No, it's ours now, it is my quirk now. Think, I'm just going to tell her when you got hurt it like, triggered something in me? Like somehow my quirk activated because it was you in danger? That'll cover us spending time training together a bit too. He suggested and Shinso grinned wryly. Yeah, if nothing else I'm good for placing the blame on for weird stuff, he said and Izuku swatted at him, smiling himself. What did you tell your parents? Izuku said and Shinso felt the hesitation in him. He snorted and leaned back. Foster parents. What? I'm a foster kid. I've been with them for 4 years now. Before that I jumped around every 4 to 6 months. Once I was in a place a year before it got bad, he said firmly and Izuku nodded. Are they a good family? He asked gently, face turned away like he wasn't sure that was okay to ask. Shinso nodded regardless. They are. Like I said, I've been there 4 years. I like them. And my sister. Is she? Izuku started then clammed up. Shinso rolled his eyes. Yeah, she's in the system too. Her biological parents died in a villain attack and she didn't have any other family to take her in. She's been with them since she was a toddler though. She doesn't really remember her biological parents much. Shinso said and glanced at him. What about you? All Might was your dad and your mother raised you admiring him from afar, right? Izuku choked and sputtered, looking sharply over to see Shinso's mischievous grin, and he stood. My dad's worked abroad most of my life, I haven't seen him in a long time. He calls sometimes. Mom basically raised me alone. Midoriya said firmly and Shinso grinned. Good cover. Shinso nodded and followed Izuku who rolled his eyes. It's true. He has a fire-breathing quirk. I'm just kidding. Shinso said and then paused, thinking. It's odd for you to be quirkless if both of your parents have quirks, isn't it? I don't know much about the genetics other than quirklessness is a recessive gene. So they both must have had a history in their families. Midoriya shrugged and Shinso nodded, swiping both of them through the turnstile for the train. I guess. I've never met someone who was quirkless before. Really? Me neither. Izuku admitted and Shinso crossed his arms, supporting his injured one. He should have worn the sling but it felt weird and he didn't actually like it much. The statistic is what, 3% of people? It's weird to think there's like 1 million folks in Japan without a quirk. Yeah, bad luck. Izuku grunted and Shinso crossed his arms seriously, pointing as he spoke. Hey, they used to be the normal ones, you know. Shinso said, in a mock interpretation of his mom's lecture voice. Izuku laughed and nodded. Spot on impression of your mom. She's kind of scary. She just worries about me. Shinso said and Midoriya nodded. Shinso swallowed thickly and glanced at him again. I didn't, make you uncomfortable asking about your quirklessness, did I? People don't usually is all. It's impolite. The way he says that final word has a kind of venom to it that Shinso hears himself anytime he says the word villain. The way he feels when people talk about which villains have the most appropriate quirks. I just didn't want to make you uncomfortable. I can avoid it if you want, but it's fine to talk about for me too if you want. Shinso offered and Midoriya cleared his throat. Yeah, it's not like bad. I just don't get the chance to talk about it a lot. He said and Shinso nodded. So, my plans are to get a gym membership, practice with a small piece, and then you have some stuff you want to try with it when your foot heals? Shinso asked, changing the subject, and Izuku brightened. Yeah, we can talk about that more later if you want. Like, it's obviously an overall enhancement thing, so I want to try a few of All Might's moves but, turned way down. Midoriya said and Shinso nodded. Ah, super move time huh? He said and Midoriya frowned around the nearly empty train car. Also if we're going to keep talking in public we should, I dunno, come up with a way to talk about it without using its name right off. Izuku said. Like a new quirk name? Yeah, that makes sense. Any thoughts? Itoshi asked. Mighty. Izuku suggested. That's a bit on the nose. Shinso said and Izuku shrugged. Shinso looked out the window at the city passing them by and then as they entered a tunnel he could just see Midoriya amusing himself reflected in the glass. What about power coupling? Like a piece joining two others? It has a certain symbolism I suppose. Midoriya hemmed and hawed a moment before nodding. Yeah, I can see it. Alright, yeah. Power coupling then. Shinso said. He paused and took a breath. Are you going to the vigil later? Midoriya looked ahead and didn't speak for a long moment before nodding. Where is this one at? He asked and Shinso looked back out the window. The school site. He said and Midoriya nodded. Yeah, are you? He decided. My whole family was invited, since it was Mika's school, but I think I may go alone. Mika hasn't been back since that day and I think my folks are both worried about her seeing it now. Yeah, that makes sense. I could meet you there. Midoriya offered and Shinso nodded. Sure, it'd be good to have a friend there with me I think. Shinso walked to the park and stood on the edges as the crowd slowly formed. All Might's face waved on the banner over the collection of candles, stuffed animals and flowers that had been placed. His grave was somewhere else, but the memorial had quickly rose up after the banner had gone up across the street from Mika's old school, the phrase, "Heroes never die," painted across the bottom. The school itself was still a pile of rubble, a chain-link fence around it to keep people from being hurt if they went into the unstable ground. A few people were organizing the event, a pop-up tent set in the clear part of the park. A small number of heroes were there too, milling about and talking with attendees. Do you want to speak? A woman asked and he shook his head. No, I'm okay. He said and sat on the low wall that surrounded the park. Hey, Midoriya said as he crouched over. Hey, you made it. They haven't started yet. Shinso said and he nodded, sitting beside him. Yeah. Kachan's mom drove us in. He's over that way. Izuku said and gestured, Shinso looking to see a blonde boy with his mother standing by the organizers and talking. Are you going to say anything? Shinso asked softly and Midoriya shook his head. What do you say? He asked. He was amazing, my hero. I always looked up to him and he was the first person to ever tell me that, even like I could be a hero. Do I say that I think about him all the time? All of that? I don't know. Shinso set a hand on the boy's back. No, I get it. He said and felt Midoriya shudder. He was my friend. And he died. He said softly and Shinso nodded, leaning closer. I know. I'm sorry. He said. It was quiet between them a moment, Midoriya crying and wiping at his face every few minutes. I've been to 6 of these and every time I wish they showed him like I knew him. Even if he was sick it feels. More real? More like him. He said and Shinso nodded. He had thought about that before too, seeing the man, frail as he was, in his last moments. Yeah, less like he was some kind of god, more just a person doing good. He said and Midoriya nodded. Yeah. He was. Good, he did a lot of good for a lot of people. Shinso said softly, and Midoriya nodded, sniffling and pulling some tissues out of his pocket. We're about to start. Someone said over the microphone, and the crowd settled down. The parade of people, each talking about the way All Might affected their lives, seemed like it would never end, going on forever, each person taking a moment to talk about what this man meant to them. Heroes, civilians, mothers and children, people from the school, everyone. Everyone spoke, and Shinso sat there, not knowing what to say. What he could say. Shinso was surprised when Bakugo eventually stepped to the mic. All Might saved my life. I was attacked and no other hero could get near me. Because of my quirk. And All Might saved me, he said, and grit his teeth, his mother patting his back but not saying anything. Bakugo looked up at the crowd, and the anger in his eyes was impossible to mistake. I'm going to be the best hero in the world. Better even than him. He didn't die for nothing. The next generation of heroes is ready. Bakugo stomped away from the mic and out of the park. Shinso scowled. Way to make it about you, dude. He grumbled, and Izuku sighed. All Might was his idol too. He has been taking this whole thing pretty hard himself. Midoriya said softly, and Shinso nodded. Everyone is. It's like the hope in the world left with him. Shinso breathed out, and Midoriya nodded slowly, looking straight ahead at the line of people still to talk. I know what you mean, he said inside. I should go, they were my ride. Okay, yeah, I'll see you later. Shinso nodded, and Izuku waved, crutching off in the direction Bakugo and his mother had sped off. Shinso looked again to the banner, to All Might's face, and smiled a smile he didn't feel in his heart. So I broke my shoulder, Midoriya said, Shinso pausing in his sit-ups to frown at the phone, set to speaker a few feet away. Oh dang, you have an accident? He asked, and Midoriya sighed. No, I wrenched the door off a car 'cause my and I guess she is basically, whatever, she said it sticks, so I yanked hard on it. There was silence for a moment between them, Shinso laying backwards on the mat in the relatively private gym he had gotten a membership to. Okay, how? He asked slowly. Midoriya scoffed out a small laugh. I have no idea. You've got power coupling right now. Yeah, like, okay, Shinso started and stopped, falling silent. Hello. No, I'm here, I just don't know what the F dash dot. Shinso sighed and twisted, grabbing the phone and taking it off speaker as another person entered the gym. Same. Mom took me to the clinic, they're starting to recognize me there. Izuku chuckled nervously, and Shinso's face went blank. I don't think that's a good thing. Fair. Anyway, I guess that it goes without saying I'm not gonna get much done tonight if you wanna work on cleaning the beach off today still. Yeah, I worked it into my training routine, so I shouldn't miss it, especially since it took an arm and a leg to get my physical therapist to approve it. Shinso sighed and heard Midoriya snort. Literally. Midoriya said brightly, and Shinso sputtered in surprise and laughed. God, yeah, literally it did. We can talk about this more when we see each other. Yeah, I'll see you then. I just thought you should know. Midoriya said, and Shinso watched the other attendant at the gym, a girl with horns and pink skin practicing some kickboxing moves. She wasn't in a class though, he could see she was basically practicing stuff she had maybe seen on TV, and he grabbed his bag. Yes, see ya? Shinso hung up and went to walk towards the door. Hey you! The girl yelled after him, and he sighed. Yeah. Before you go, would you mind spotting me? She asked, pointing at a piece of weight equipment, and he sighed but nodded. Yeah, no problem. He started yelling at me immediately, accusing me of being a liar and all that. What a JRK. Shinso said around a mouthful of sandwich. Midoriya chuckled. He's just hot-headed. He's a JRK is what he is. And this guy wants to be a hero? When he flies off the handle like that when someone gets hurt. Shinso scoffed, and Izuku shrugged. I think he'll be a good hero. He has a really amazing quirk for it. He says, and his voice is soft, cowed. Shinso glanced at him and noticed Izuku was making himself small. Unapproachable. I dunno. Maybe I'm wrong. Shinso shrugged and leaned back on the tire he had claimed as his sitting spot. So, how long on the shoulder? They said based on my usual healing patterns with this thing, probably a week? Maybe. Wow. Shinso said, looking up at the clouds drifting along. This quirk really is something. Yeah. We should maybe see how long we can go before it burns out. Izuku said, and Shinso sat upright. Yeah, we should. Why didn't I think of that? He said and smacked himself in the forehead. It's a talent. Izuku laughed, and the general tension in him that he had since they met up relaxed. Shinso smiled softly. This is why we're doing this together. And why we're friends. Oh. Izuku said, and Shinso looked over to see his face red, and his own went red too. What? He asked. I dunno, I just thought we've eaten each other's DNA enough we were closer than that. Midoriya said, grinning widely, and Shinso snorted and shook his head. Sure, you're my DNA bestie. My blood brother. We swap fluids on the reg, but not in the way people think. Come on, I gotta get back to work. Shinso said, Midoriya laughing and nodding. Yeah, I can help out a bit. Midoriya called him the second it was gone, but Shinso already knew. He had felt the flame inside him flare up when his phone rang. Okay, it happened. Izuku said, and Shinso nodded. I could tell. It was like it got stronger, or more obvious in me too. Shinso was already halfway to the beach. You think we could learn to recognize that, to increase our teamwork? Izuku asked. I suppose, but a week is a good long time. Shinso frowned. A week at a consistent 2% output, only during training time. If I expended more energy on accident or later when we presumably have better control, that window could go down, so learning how to swap back and forth better would make it easier and safer for us as heroes. Izuku said, and Shinso rounded the corner to the beach, Izuku doing some stretches. Frankly, we could just keep some of each other's DNA on hand, I suppose. Shinso said, waving to get his attention. Izuku jogged over and he hung up. I think it has to be given in the moment? Okay, we could test it, but I don't think if just anyone could snatch it that All Might would have had such an open look to his costume. He'd probably try to reduce the possibility of someone taking it, right? It can't be an accident or without the holder's knowledge. I think. Izuku suggested, and Shinso nodded. We can test that too, how recent permission has to be and stuff. Shinso suggested, and Izuku nodded brightly. Sure can. Okay, so give me a sec. Izuku said and leaned forward, pulling one of Shinso's hairs. Oh. What? Shinso jumped and Izuku took off running. Hey. Come back here. I'm the one with the quirk right now, you nerd. I am a geek, and catch me if you can, all-powerful quirk holder. Izuku called over his shoulder. The truth was Izuku had gotten way faster over the last month, quirk or not, and his stamina was better too. Shinso had to intentionally hold himself almost at the edge of his control over One for All just to barely catch up to him on the beach. He tackled him and they both went flying into the sand, rolling to a stop, Izuku hopping up almost immediately and taking off again. Shinso groaned and laid in the sand, defeated. Okay, fine, you can have it. He yelled and Izuku laughed, a good distance away already. I think it worked. Izuku called and Shinso sat up. Okay, but if I pricked myself on a buried needle because of that, I'm gonna sue. It felt like a torch, both of them kept burning while they held it, but the fire didn't go out right away, the fuel had to run out first. But a week at where they were, that was more than enough for them to both go into UA's hero course test with a fresh quirk. Plenty of fuel for the flame burning inside, as long as neither of them burned too bright while they didn't actively have it. The next big hurdle was math. I'm going to die. I'm going to have a heart attack from nerves in the proctor's room and die. Izuku groaned and face-planted in his textbook. And here I thought you were the smart one. And the fast one. And the more emotionally available one. Shinso said, not looking up from the practice exam he was currently absolutely failing. What does that leave you with? Izuku laughed. Punch good. Shinso nodded and Izuku leaned back in his chair. True, how's the gym by the way? I haven't been in a bit since we're close to finishing the beach. Izuku said, changing the subject. Shinso kept working on his test a moment. Close was a maybe generous evaluation of the situation. True, they had gotten most of the smaller things, and neither of them had broken any bones recently, but there were also still a lot of larger things that local restaurants and home goods stores had dumped there. The gym is fine. I've been doing more work on my own than there since the trainer looked over the schedule and told me I was insane and also that none of it was right for me. It wasn't that bad. Izuku, the first draft you adjusted, left me with around 4 hours of sleep a night. 4. Shinso rolled his eyes and Izuku crossed his arms. In my defense, I may have done some math wrong, he said, gesturing emphatically at the complex math study guide he had in front of him. Shinso huffed out a small laugh. Fair. Okay, I'm done with this. You can check my grade in a minute. Whatcha having problems with? Shinso asked, and Izuku turned the book around and explained both what he was trying to do and what the book seemed to want him to do, and all the things in between. Shinso had gotten to a point hanging out with Izuku that the run-on sentences didn't bother him, and in fact, they sort of relaxed him. It was like a stream of consciousness directly from his best friend's brain, and frankly, it was nice to see how exactly his brain put things together. So just do this, he said, writing out the theorem, and Izuku stopped talking. Oh bullshit, it's that easy? He grumbled. Yep. Shinso nodded, popping his P at the end. Izuku groaned and went back to his worksheet. He pulled Shinso's test over and Shinso stood up, taking a break to stretch. Oniai-san? Oh, hi Midoriya-kun. Came a small voice from the doorway and Mika stepped inside. Hi Mika-chan. Izuku answered, distracted as he tried to work on his own thing and grade Hitoshi's test at the same time. What's up? Mom wants you for a second. There's someone on the phone? She answered and set down the snacks she had also brought on the edge of the desk. How weird. Shinso frowned. Basically, the only people who ever called him were currently in the room, and not usually on the house phone. Go check it, I'll leave you some fruit. Izuku assured him, and Shinso gave him a look. You better. Shinso followed his sister down the hallway, both of them quiet but not uncomfortably so, but attention filled him when he saw the stern, cold look on his mother's face. It's a hero agency, supposedly. That was the distrust she had on her face. I figured it may be related to the incident 6 months ago, so I didn't hang up right away. Don't agree to anything over the phone. Shinso nodded and she handed him the phone, walking off into the kitchen. Hello. Shinso Hitoshi? You were present at the event at Kabuki Elementary, correct? The voice, way more chipper than he expected from a hero agency, asked him. Yes, that's true. My statement was submitted to Kamui Wood's team agency and should be available through interagency accessible records. For all his talk that Izuku was the smart one, Shinso had been doing a lot of research on the side about how hero paperwork works, given he signed a mountain of it himself. This call isn't related to the events outlined in your statement. It is specific to the events that happened with All Might, she said, and Shinso felt his jaw ache from grinding his teeth. What agency are you with again? He growled. He had gotten calls in the dozens, right after the events and All Might's death, since despite it not being public knowledge he was the person who saw All Might's final moments. Paparazzi are a really crafty bunch. Oh, I'm sorry, I am Bubble Girl with Night Eye Agency. We're a largely investigative agency, she said, and he relaxed a little. I'm calling on behalf of the head of our agency, Sir Night Eye himself. He would like to speak to you. So was All Might's sidekick back in the day. Oh yeah, that makes sense actually. When? He said at your earliest convenience, but I'm the person with his schedule, so if you can work with me to arrange an appointment, that would be super. Bubble Girl said, sounding a bit resentful. Okay, I would expect this is going to take a while, given what happened. Shinso offered helpfully, and the clatter of keys on the other end if the line paused. Yes, it has been a very rough time. To be a hero right now especially. My condolences to you as well, I'm sure that was hard to see. Yes, Shinso said, unable to really add anything. Gosh, it was more difficult to track down your information than we expected too. We almost started to get worried that you were planted by the villains. She laughed and Shinso's teeth were on edge. You'd have a good cover already built in for your family if you decide to be an underground hero. Thanks. Shinso grumbled and she hit a final key loudly. Okay, I can put together a few hours Monday, she said, and Shinso nodded. Okay, yeah, also this may sound odd, but put it down under my name and Midoriya Izuku. This isn't the kind of conversation I would recommend bringing a friend to. Bubble Girl said warily and Shinso sighed. It's not like that, he has pertinent information to the topic. You're rather mature for your age. I've spent the last 2 months figuring out paparazzi tricks and avoiding the press. Shinso said deadpan and she laughed. That's funny, you sounded just like a colleague of mine when you said that. Okay, Monday at 4, that should allow you both to finish school for the day, yes. Yeah, I'll have to tell my competitive sledding club I can't make it, but it's hot anyway, so I think it'll be fine. Shinso rolled his eyes and she chuckled again. Okay, hold a moment, and if I can get your email I can send you the address through secure email. Yeah. That's fine. Shinso wrapped up and hung up the phone, his mother peeking her head out. Not a faker then, huh? She asked and he shrugged. They did all the protocol for calling an unsecured line, right? So that's that. I have a thing Monday afternoon. Is that good? She asked, frowning, and he shrugged again. Frankly, I'm not sure, but Midoriya is coming with. Okay, good, he should keep you out of trouble. Shinso nodded and smiled, walking back towards his room. Midoriya was finished grading him and held up the paper, a solid 96 on the page. I don't know how you do this. Midoriya sighed. I'm good at multiple choice. Shinso smirked. What was all that about? Not much, we're just meeting Night Eye on Monday. Oh, gotcha. Midoriya said, then froze, looking up at him and snapping his pencil in half. Wait, we're what? End chapter. The two boys sitting in front of him couldn't be more different than Mirai had expected. One was calm, looking around the meeting room with bored interest, the other a haystack of anxiety. I am going to start this conversation with this, Mirai said softly. I am terribly sorry about what you witnessed, Shinsuke-kun. The use of his name brought the purple-haired, exhausted-looking boy to attention. Yes. It has been difficult. I'm currently in grief counseling already and trauma recovery. He assured him and Mirai nodded. The other boy looked tense, anxious, bouncing his knee with nervous energy. I'm also sorry for your loss. He blurted and Mirai raised an eyebrow. I only knew Yagi-san a few months before. Well, I know you had to be close as his only sidekick. Sorry. Well, that was a development. When Bubble Girl had told him that he would be meeting with Midoriya as well, he had been confused, but now he was more understanding if Toshinori had been corresponding with the boy. But that was odd in and of itself. Toshinori made time for fans, of course it was part of his image, but wasn't known to have close ties to any of them. Even the head of his fan club had only ever been invited to public events. He certainly wasn't on the familiar basis that Midoriya seemed to be, using his given name and all. Mirai stewed in that a moment and then sighed. May I ask, Midoriya-kun, how you became acquainted with All Might? There was an event with a villain. The slime villain attack on Bakugo Katsuki. We met before that as the slime villain had attacked me a bit prior, but the villain escaped. In the course of the event, All Might's disguise fell, and we spoke briefly then about the injury he suffered 5 years ago. Midoriya said, and the way he recounted events was the clinical style of a person who had told the story rarely, but had organized the events so many times in their mind that details and peripheral were unnecessary. To us. A good quality to have in a hero, but concerning to see in a child. Mirai had looked into Midoriya's history before the meeting and found evidence of the event he was speaking of, so his story checked out. I see. Mirai nodded and opened the folder in front of him before Shinso cleared his throat, nodding slightly towards Midoriya, his hand on Midoriya's. Mirai quirked an eyebrow at that. The two had seemed close when they arrived, but the fact he spoke up was interesting. Midoriya cleared his throat. Wasn't finished. We spoke a bit more after the villain was apprehended. A bit later, All Might chose me as his successor. We had been in the process of training when he passed away. A lightning bolt struck through Mirai at that. The date of the incident, Toshinori had missed their appointment but hadn't called to clear up what exactly had happened or to reschedule. Despite all of his glowing points of redemption, Toshinori was terrible at scheduling his time appropriately. I see. Mirai said, and even he could feel the chill in his voice. He took a breath. Did he pass on one for all to you then? No. He didn't get a chance. He gave it to me. Shinso added, and Mirai rubbed at his forehead, feeling a sudden headache developing in him. Tension pulling from his scalp. He breathed a few seconds. Okay then. It wasn't until a few days later I gave it to Midoriya. Shinso said, and Mirai snapped the pen in his hand in half, ink spilling across the folder in front of him. You what? He hissed. Okay Shinso, be nice. Midoriya said, glaring at his friend. What? He called us into the spooky meeting room, is doing this, you're not in trouble but, routine, and obviously has information that would help us but is drawing this out. This doesn't have to be some kind of spooky reading of the will. Shinso scowled and slumped in his chair a bit, Mirai blinking back. That was a relatively rude summation of events, but the fact that he had been able to get all of that from simply observing the situation was a bit impressive. Admittedly, this boy didn't have all the facts, including the stack of cases that just kept growing on his desk in the months All Might had been dead. The requests to speak at vigils, to come to memorials. More than 7 months, and he couldn't go a day without seeing the face of one of his oldest friends plastered on the news. So he was tense, to say the least. He took a deep breath. What is the situation with One for All? I do have some information to assist, but as you now know, it isn't hard to pass it on, and All Might and I had been in talks about choosing a successor before he met you, Midoriya-kun. It's mine till Tuesday. I've got to help my aunt move. Shinso answered flippantly, and Midoriya shoved him. It's not like that. Me and Shinso have been trying to figure out how it, works. Together. He declared, and Mirai felt his veins fill with ice. You've been passing the strongest quirk in history back and forth between yourselves like a game of what? Catch. The anger in his voice was unavoidable, and Midoriya winced. It wasn't fair, he knew, to take his anxiety about Tashinori's legacy out on them. They didn't know all the ramifications that his death had, especially considering that he was still out there. He could visibly see the restraint snap in the Shinso boy. He didn't really blame him. We have been working with what we have. We agreed that All Might's decisions were just as important as ours. He chose Midoriya. And then he chose me. It's our quirk. Shinso declared, leaning forward over the broad mahogany table, eyes flashing with anger. Unless you're going to help, we would appreciate you staying out of our business. Mirai leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms, careful to keep his ink-stained hand off his suit. The boy continued to stare him down, resolute. Mirai sighed. Sorry, Mirio. I will preface this with the fact that I do not accept you, either of you, as All Might's true successor. He said. It was harsh, but the truth. Neither of these boys was prepared for the hell that was to come, and both of them were still so young. Too young to clean up the mess that Tashinori had left behind. Good, it's not either, it's both. Shinso declared, and Midoriya buried his face in his hands, the red of his ears showing. We couldn't just have a normal conversation with a hero, could we? Just a normal, average, sorry your friend died conversation, huh? He mumbled almost too softly for Mirai to hear, but he simply took the top page, the one with Mirio's information on it, off of the stack in the folder and slid it towards them. In that folder you will find a list of people who know the true nature of One for All. Heroes, doctors, teachers. Everyone in my agency that knows, including myself and members of other agencies. Mirai said, Shinso sliding the folder over to Midoriya without looking at it, simply continuing to stare him down. The other boy looked over it, and Mirai continued. It also includes a recommendation letter to UA to be signed by your family. I only included one, but can have another drafted. Nedzu, the principal at UA, was aware of All Might's situation as he was scheduled to begin teaching this coming term, and may understand the situation we find ourselves in. You want to recommend us to UA? Shinso asked, suspiciously. Mirai had been prepared to accept that he had decided to keep All Might's quirk and planned accordingly, he just didn't expect the extra paperwork. You've been clear so far you're unwilling to accept anything less than both of you, so yes. Mirai answered, and the room was silent, Midoriya still reading. What does that entail? Shinso asked, and Mirai nodded. You will have to prove yourselves in a separate test for applicants applying under recommendation, and still have to pass the written exam, but wouldn't take part in the larger hero course general exam. Okay, what else? Shinso asked. Midoriya continued to read, setting aside a few of the papers as he did so. There are also recommendations for internships included for your first term, mostly heroes who were aware of All Might's situation. I would recommend, since All Might will be unavailable to teach you about his quirk himself, this would be the next best thing. Who is Mirio? Midoriya asked suddenly, and Mirai froze. What? Some of this paperwork is already filled out in the name of Togata Mirio, he said, holding up a few sheets. Mirai scowled, making a mental note to scold Bubble Girl later for that oversight. Apologies. That was my recommended candidate for All Might to review. He is going into his 3rd year at UA and works as an intern here. My assistant seems to have misprinted the paperwork. I can have that corrected. Sure. Shinso scoffed a little and skid the sheets back across the table, Midoriya still reading. You're recommending that we spend our 2nd internship here? And the next term with Endeavor Agency? Midoriya asked, not looking up. Correct. Our agency is specialized in information security and investigation. We have a lot of ties to other agencies as well, including Endeavor Agency, which I believe would give you a good base for physical combat training and coordination. You are welcome to refuse, it was just a recommendation to get you familiar with different agencies right off. And also prepare as quickly as possible in the event All for One makes a move. You have a whole training plan all the way through our final year at UA. Midoriya said, flipping the folder closed. I try to be thorough. You don't want us to participate in the sports festival, Shinso added, and Mirai frowned. He hadn't seen the boy do much as glance at the paperwork as Midoriya read through it. His observation skills were already pretty well honed. It would be for the best that you not debut your ability until you are more comfortable with it. And also it would keep them from exposing themselves to any villains before they were ready, of course. We will take it under advisement, Shinso said, and looked to Midoriya, meeting his eyes. Shinso nodded to him. We would like a minute to discuss your offer, Midoriya stated, and Mirai stood. Understandable. I will give you some privacy. Take the camera in the ficus with you, Shinso said, and Mirai paused, reaching into the plant and taking the camera with him when he left. They were certainly something. He wants to control a lot of how this goes. Midoriya mused. Yeah, but we also have final say. Once we're in UA, it all comes down to us. How we do, Shinso says, turning the rest of the cameras he noticed around away from them. Going against his wishes could net us a powerful enemy with a lot of connections, Midoriya said, flipping through the paperwork again. He's a hero, I doubt he's gonna put the hit on us or something. Shinso chuckled and sat back down. But I do get what you mean, it wouldn't be great to have him blackballing us at every turn and preventing us from having the opportunities we need to succeed. That's what I'm worried about. Midoriya nodded along and closed his eyes. If we refuse outright, though, who knows if we would even be able to apply then, right? Shinso sighed and turned towards his friend. Right. He sighed himself and looked over the recommendation letter again. So we get in and do what we want? Shinso asked, and Midoriya nodded. If it happens to go along with the plan he has for us, then great, but otherwise. Yeah. Shinso nodded. There's a small pause between them before Midoriya set the paper down, closing the folder again and sliding it away from them. I wonder if All Might would have recommended me, he mumbled, and Shinso smiled, setting a hand on his shoulder. Yeah dude, of course he would have. You were his successor after all. In another room, Mirai snorted, fully positive that Toshinori would have made this kid go through the trial of applying as a regular student. He was always about grand gestures after all. Shinso stomped away from Naitai's office, Izuku close behind him, and he could tell his friend was furious. Hey, slow down, Izuku called, and Shinso slowed a bit, still antsy and tapping his foot when they stopped at the light. Sorry, I'm just glad to be out of there, he grumbled, and Izuku frowned. Yeah, kinda esikidi, but he does seem to be willing to do a lot for us. I just don't trust him. What's in it for him? Shinso grumbled and crossed his arms. I mean, he was friends with All Might. He said he was looking for a successor too. Maybe he just wants to finish the job. Izuku frowned and Shinso sighed heavily. Yeah, okay, I guess. I just don't like anyone coming up out of nowhere thinking they know best for me. He doesn't know me. Or you for that matter. Shinso scowled and stomped on, Izuku hot on his heels. That's fair. Like I said before, we can always just take our own path if things get sketchy. He said and started jogging to keep up. Yeah, I just don't want to owe him anything. Shinso grumbled and then stopped, sighing and rubbing his forehead. Maybe we should just keep training on our own too, in case during the internship he turns out to be a creep. Yeah, we can keep working on the beach. Izuku grinned and Shinso nodded quickly. Totally. At least now we don't have to worry as much about the physical exam. Shinso said and Izuku groaned. True. We still have the paper exam though. He dragged at his hair and Shinso laughed. Right. Want help with math? He asked and Izuku nodded. Yeah, and I can help you with literature. He offered and Shinso nodded, staring ahead of them. You're the best, bro. Shinso said seriously and Izuku laughed, nodding. Don't forget it. He said and bumped Shinso with his shoulder, the boy laughing. You really think this thing with Night Eye will be okay? He asked, shoving his hands in his pockets as they walked. Yeah, I'm sure it'll be fine. What's the worst that could happen? Izuku laughed and looked over to see Hitoshi making a horrified face at him. Well, now you jinxed it, dude. He said, punching Izuku in the shoulder, and Izuku just laughed and rushed ahead. Come on, my mom is expecting me for dinner. Izuku said and Shinso groaned, following along behind him. You jinxed it. If this goes melons up, it's your fault. He declared and Izuku grinned. I accept full responsibility. With the physical entrance exam off the table, they doubled down on their studies and doing their normal routines. Living their normal lives. They still met for training, of course, but Shinso found himself at home more than not for the first time in about 6.5 months. Only 1 and a bit left until the exams. A month wasn't a long time, and Night Eye had recommended they also come in once a week for an informal internship as well, so they had a lot on their plates. Midoriya's mother had been ecstatic for him, excited and encouraging, crying about how she was proud of him. Shinsu's had been more wary. And you're sure you can handle everything, the training, the studying, and this too now? She asked, not looking up from dinner. Shinso nodded. Yeah. I'm ahead in all my classwork already. And this is my future after all. He said and she nodded. You trust him? No farther than I could throw his lanky butt, to be honest, but he does seem to be legitimately invested in us. Shinso said and she grumbled. That's what I'm concerned about. He just heard about your villain run-ins and thought, oh, these kids seem to be danger magnets, time to swoop in. She said, waving her spoon around and rolling her eyes. It's just suspicious. Inko seems to be okay with it, but she can be too trusting sometimes. I know, Mom. He said and she started plating their dinner. She almost fell for an email scam the other day. She ranted, opening the steamer basket, the smell of fish filling the room. As if by some siren's song, he started hearing movement in the rest of the apartment. I know, Mom. He repeated. I'm just worried about her, she's always falling for things like that. Izuku is lucky they haven't ended up homeless cause she gave all their money to a Nigerian prince. She sighed and sat down. I doubt it'd be that bad. Shinso smiled and the rest of the family filtered in. What isn't that bad? His dad asked. Inko. She's gonna fall for a phone scam and end up ruined. Or one of those ridiculous pyramid schemes. His mom said, bringing things to the table. Mika grinned over at him and Shinso shrugged. I'm sure if it hasn't happened yet it isn't going to. Their dad reassured her and she sighed heavily as she sat at the table. I'm just glad it seems like her son has more sense. That finally got a full laugh out of Shinso. I think I'm gonna try to use all of it at once. Izuku said over the phone and he could hear the exhaustion coming off his friend in waves. Midoriya, are you insane? He asked, his voice weary. Okay, hear me out. Isolation, like using a single part of the body or something like that to temporarily use all of it. Izuku suggested and Shinso groaned. Yeah, at the cost of losing that body part. We've talked about that. If you can't keep going, you're dead weight. Okay, fair, but consider, I've got 10 fingers. Izuku said, and there was a long pause. Izuku. When his friend said his name, it sounded like he had aged 10 years in that one word. 2 are thumbs, so I can't use them, 1 is my dominant hand, and I can't use all of those if I still need to punch or whatever. So we can say like, 4 of them are free game. Izuku gushed excitedly and Shinso sighed into the receiver, a soft rattling in his ear. Midoriya, are you a MSCST or something? You can't just break your own bones, have some self-preservation. His friend suggested, and Izuku frowned. It's not like that, I want to see if it works that way in case we are ever in a more dangerous situation. He said. You want to take it or see how it affects your time limit? Hitoshi asked, and Izuku mused it over for a second. 2 birds, 1 stone? He suggested. Shinso had only gotten 1 for all back a day or so ago, so he was freshly topped up. Okay, fine. I want to be there. And you're gonna spar with me for it. Shinso said seriously, and Izuku frowned. I don't want to hurt you though. Then you better hope if I put all my power into a block it doesn't shatter my arm. Izuku and Hitoshi were sitting in the clinic, Izuku with 3 of his fingers broken really roughly, and Hitoshi with a dark purple bruise across his whole arm and parts of his chest where the blast had hit him. It worked at least. Izuku said softly, and Hitoshi grunted. I'm mad at you, he declared, and Izuku blushed. Sorry I hurt you, he said, and his friend glared over at him. I'm not mad about that. I agreed to once. Whatever that was. Hitoshi says, and Izuku scowled. I was just trying dash. It doesn't matter, Izuku. Hitoshi sighed. I'm not okay with you wrecking yourself for, I dunno, science? Understanding? I shouldn't have agreed to this to begin with. Sheesh, what does it matter if it's me? You're not getting hurt. Izuku scowled and then frowned. Well, usually. That's not the point. The point is, I don't want you to get hurt like this again. You wouldn't suggest I try this kind of stuff, would you? Shinso asked, and Izuku filled with dread. The idea of Shinso getting hurt instead of him was unfathomable, unconscionable. It was one thing for him to decide to do something like this, knowing the possibility and the risks, and accept the ones he didn't know as side effects. It was completely another to put his best friend in the world through who knew how much pain because neither of them knew for sure what would happen. Frankly, the idea made him feel sick. No, if it's my idea, I should be the one to take the risk, he declared, and his friend rolled his eyes. Yeah, sure, that would be fine if the risk was, I dunno, some stuff, some money, something like that. Material possessions or something. But it's not. Hitoshi says, and Izuku frowns before his friend continues. You're my best friend, Izuku. I don't want you breaking yourself apart. They're both quiet after that, waiting in the clinic waiting room, until Shinso huffed out a heavy breath and looked at him finally. Okay, no, this is the biggest thing. You're not less than me, Midoriya. Your safety isn't worth less than mine, and if you're gonna take these risks, then I'm going to too. Because we're supposed to be in this together. But at least you dash, Izuku started, and Shinsu's hand shoots out, holding it in front of his face. No, I literally don't care what kind of logic you're cooking up. You're twice as good at this than me. You're faster, smarter, and sure I can take and give more hits, but if it came down to it, I'd lose. I'm only as far as I am because of your ideas and help working on this. Shinso declared, and Izuku felt his eyes tearing up. You could just tell me to lose, he said softly, and Hitoshi rolled his eyes, Izuku sniffling back tears. Yeah, and I think that'd work for like 4 seconds before you figured your way out. His friend scoffed and put his arm around his shoulders. Let me grow and help with this stuff too, dude. I have to catch up eventually. Yeah. Sorry, yeah. Izuku nodded, and then they called his name. Shinso stopped him. I mean it, no more broken bones. Yeah, I can try. 3 days later, Shinso broke his collarbone. It was, admittedly, during a normal spar, but Izuku fussed and worried over him for 10 minutes before they went to the clinic. Oh, the boys are back. The nurse called into the back, and there was the faint chorus of, again? And both of the boys went red. What is it this time? Nurse Hatchin asked gruffly, crossing her arms. Did a hold wrong and pop? Shinso said, holding his arm. In my collar. You boys are super lucky that recovery girl is the nurse at UA. Hatchin sighed and leaned forward, laying her hand on his collar. Her hand glowed orange as her quirk worked on him, Shinso wincing a little as the broken bone reset itself. Oh, she is? Izuku asked, surprised. It's a prestigious school. The other nurse shrugged. Shinso rolled his shoulder and nodded as they handed him a sling. About 2 days, I imagine. But keep it on the whole time. I saw you last month at the store without one and wanted to strangle you. Nurse Hatchin said, and Shinso blushed. And Midoriya, no more stuff like the other day. If you keep doing that to your hands, you'll have permanent damage. The doctor yelled from the back, a small sheep-shaped stress ball soaring out after. And don't stress recovery girl out too much. She retired from heroics to teach. Another nurse yelled, and the boys both inched towards the door. Yeah, we're trying to be more careful. Shinso said, chuckling nervously. No more broken bones, promise? Izuku said, bowing at the waist before they snuck out of the door. Those boys are gonna be the death of someone. The doctor sighed, walking into the lobby to retrieve her sheep. I'll warn recovery girl when they send for their medical records. Nurse Hatchin said, and the doctor breathed slowly in through her nose and out her mouth. Please. Thank you. End of chapter 5. You should just call me Izuku. Midoriya said, and Shinso craned his neck to look up at the boy from where his head was resting on his thigh, writing in one of his quirk analysis notebooks on the floor in his room. Yeah, sure. Hitoshi then. He offered, and Midoriya nodded. Okay. He said and went back to writing. Shinso frowned. Why bring this up now? He asked, and Midoriya paused again. I was just thinking about everything. We're going into this internship with Night Eye, going to be recommended students at UA. He said and shrugged. It feels right. Okay, yeah. Hitoshi smiled and lifted his book again. Also, you're my best friend, so you should use my name. Izuku added, and Hitoshi felt his heart clench in his chest. He smiled and laid back on Izuku's lap, covering his face with the book he had checked out on Quirk Manifestation. You're mine too, he said, and Izuku chuckled awkwardly, and when he looked back up saw the boy's face was red. Oh, thanks, he said brightly, and Hitoshi covered his eyes with one arm, feeling his face get warmer. Don't make this weird. He groaned, and Izuku laughed, shaking his head. No, it's just nice. They arrived at the Night Eye Agency office and were quickly let into the lobby by Bubble Girl. Welcome, I'm glad we will be working together. Centipeder said, bowing as they entered. Yeah, so what do you want us to do? Midoriya asked, and the man nodded. Mostly orienting. We will show you your way around, tell you a bit about protocol and the process, and you'll get some hands-on experience in our training facility. Centipeder said calmly, and Shinso nodded. We've been doing our own training too. That's good news. Well, come on. Centipeder said brightly and led them into the main office. The main room past the lobby where the sidekicks were working was a big open office, people working at stations, running case files around, and generally working on office tasks as they passed. This is the bullpen. As an investigation-focused agency, we tend to have a lot of cases open at any one time. Cases police are working on that require quirk assistance, interagency stuff, all kinds of things. Centipeder said, leading them further into the building. You saw the meeting rooms on your first visit, but they're all over here. All of them are monitored with sound and video. Why? Shinso frowned. All interactions with informants, people giving confessions, and witness testimony is recorded to prevent any liability on the part of the agency. We can't be accused of coercing a confession if we have the confession on tape. Centipeder said quickly, and they went back into the bullpen. As heroes, we're not able to do official arrests, but we can detain a villain until police are available for up to a day, so we do have a few holding cells for that. Hero arrests are done in conjunction with police with hero testimony as an eyewitness report. That's fair. Midoriya nodded and Shinso shrugged. As far as the office goes, here are your desks, all the interns share, but it's unlikely you'll ever be here all at once. Centipeder said, gesturing at the small cluster of desks. They were relatively Cleared, and Centipeder grabbed the one file that was sitting out. Damn it, Mirio. I keep telling that boy not to leave cases just lying around. Is he here? Shinso asked, glancing around, and Centipeder shook his head. Not currently. He has a few weeks off for final exams and such before the new school year ends and starts. He'll be back a few weeks after the beginning of classes for you both, I believe. He said, and Shinso frowned, glancing at Midoriya. That seems calculated. He stated. We usually only have him. Sir, figured between the two of you should be able to handle most of Mirio's duties, being new and all. Centipeder shrugged. Now, we don't have a huge support department because we don't actually have anyone on payroll specifically for support. Most of us have our preferred vendors and just get reimbursed. Shinso paused in the bullpen, taking it in, before Centipeder called after him to follow. Come on, you've got training in the dojo after this, so hurry it along. By training, Centipeder might as well have said torture. Sir Night Eye was standing at the sidelines, just observing as Centipeder ran them through drills. Hitoshi was currently trying to figure out the weights Centipeder had told him to use while Izuku did ladder steps until he looked ready to pass out. Midoriya, arms higher. Shinso, keep your back straight. Centipeder barked and Hitoshi groaned, dropping the weights. Hold on, gimme a second. He panted and leaned his hands on his knees. We can go right into combat evals if you want. Sir suggested, and he grit his teeth. He didn't trust him, hadn't since the beginning, and honestly, if combat training meant he'd have even a passing chance to punch him in his smug face, he was all for it. Actually, yes, do that. Hitoshi said plainly and waved at Izuku to stop too. Alright, come this way both of you. Night Eye said and moved towards the door and into a cleared room. A few practice weapons on racks along the walls. The room was sparse but well used, and the floors were padded. Okay, whenever you're ready. Night Eye said from the doorway, and Hitoshi scowled. Ready for what? He asked, and Night Eye raised an eyebrow at him. I assumed you and Midoriya had sparred before, is that incorrect? He asked, and Izuku shrugged. I mean, yeah, a little. He answered, and Night Eye nodded, gesturing towards the ring. So spar, I want to see where you are before I make adjustments. Night Eye said, and Hitoshi grumbled and nodded, pulling his shirt over his head and walking into the ring. Izuku walked in after and stood awkwardly at first, adjusting to the padded floor. He looked across at Hitoshi and closed his eyes a second, taking a deep breath. As I said, whenever you're ready. Night Eye said, and Hitoshi clenched his jaw. But the man sounded bored. You ready? Izuku asked him, and he nodded sharply. Yeah, let's go. They went through their normal routine, each trying to knock the other off balance, surprise them, Izuku low and forward with his attacks, going for speed and brute force, Hitoshi dodging and weaving, taking hits but powering through them. He saw Night Eye yawn and saw red a moment, swinging wide at Izuku's side and connecting with more force than he wanted to. Oh shit, sorry, he said as Izuku skid to a stop, taking a few deep breaths. You okay? Yeah. Hold on. He panted and pulled his shirt off, tossing it out of the way. How's it look? Izuku asked, twisting to see. Hitoshi looked, trying to see if he had done any damage, and bit his tongue. In the past few months, Izuku had gotten absolutely shredded. He was cut, muscles defined. He looked like a hero. You look fine, he said, then cleared his throat, stepping back. I mean, your side does. No bruising. How's it feel? Sore. I'll live, keep going? Izuku asked, and Hitoshi nodded, stepping back into stance, and they fought, pulling punches, waiting for the other to approach to execute throws, calling out moves so the other could block in time. Stop, Night Eye said when Izuku landed a kick to Shinsu's arm, blocking the hit. I've seen enough. Okay? And? Midoriya, you need to be more mindful of your limits, you're already bruising up. Night Eye commented, poking Izuku in the shoulder. Good luck on that one. Hitoshi muttered, and Night Eye turned to him. You're not exempt either. You get too emotional. Anger can be fuel, but it can also be blinding. You need to work on reining that in, he said seriously, and Hitoshi grit his teeth. Noted. Neither of you has a solid stance, and you end up sort of dancing around each other a lot. he said smoothly, moving on despite the other boy's anger. Okay, so show me a better one. Hitoshi said, and Night Eye smirked. He fell into stance, low, arms wide for balance, and moved between a few stances. Midoriya's is closer, low, stable, secure. You want this to be as stable as possible. Night Eye explained. Your movements should focus on being steady on your feet. Being on your back in a fight is something we can train you on, but it's a last resort. You want to stay up and in the fray. Right. So, like this. Hitoshi mimicked, and Night Eye nodded. Yes. You feel how your center of gravity is lower, more secure. Yeah. Izuku remarked and moved low, throwing a couple punches and kicks, even jumping around a bit. My normal moves and such feel less all over the place. Exactly, having a default set of stances to fall into can help improve your mobility, flexibility in a fight, and stability overall. Night Eye instructed, adjusting Izuku's arms once and kicking Hitoshi's feet farther apart. So, wanna take us on? He asked, and Night Eye huffed out a chuckle. That won't be necessary today. Night Eye stated quickly, and Hitoshi frowned. Pity. Maybe next week? Maybe. Now, Bubble Girl has some paperwork to teach you about, then you're done for the day. Take these. Night Eye stated and handed them each a sheet of paper. What's this? Hitoshi frowned. Your training regime for the entrance exams. You'll be doing the recommended student exams, so the physical exam isn't as intensive, but you'll still need to be in top physical condition. Night Eye stated, and Hitoshi looked it over, wincing. They had trained a lot, and while he could definitely see it on Izuku, he wasn't blind to his own well-earned gains. This, however, was on another level. This seems like a lot. Izuku said slowly, and Night Eye nodded once firmly. It is. Prepare accordingly. Night Eye stated, leaving very little room for argument. Right. Shinso sighed. See you next week. And Night Eye walked out. God, I cannot wait to punch him. Shinso hissed, and Izuku nodded, patting him on the back. The next week Hitoshi arrived already in a bad mood, made worse when Centipeder wouldn't let him look at the case file that had been on the desk. It was on our desk, just let me see it. He grumbled, reaching for it, Centipeder's hand firmly on his forehead, the other holding the file away from him. Nope, you're not here to work cases. You're here to help out and learn. Centipeder explained, and Hitoshi sighed heavily. Okay, fair, but I thought I noticed something. He scowled and sat into the swivel chair, and Centipeder looked down at the case in his hand. Okay, what? He sighed after a moment, and Hitoshi sat forward. I thought it said something about that gang, the Jamaki group, being in Kamino. They're not normally there. He said, and Izuku glanced over at him too, confused. How do you know that? Centipeder asked, and Hitoshi frowned. How exactly do you tell a grown adult man that a member used to bully you in middle school? That you learn to recognize the members and avoid their usual hangouts? Not out of any heroic means, but rather self-preservation. Reasons. Now, am I right? That's anomalous in its own right. He stated, and Centipeder sighed, looking over the case. He glanced down at Hitoshi. You got all that from the first page. He said, and the boy shrugged. I read quick. You sure you don't want the help? He asked, Izuku sitting forward eagerly, and Centipeder sighed, obviously grumpy. Fine, you have no resource access, so just write up observations and put them on my desk with the file. Centipeder said, and then pointed emphatically at him. And do not go into the field. Agreed. Hitoshi said, and took the file from him, Centipeder wandering off to give him a chance to look over it. So, what's up with it? Izuku asked, leaning over towards him. Hitoshi frowned and looked over the case, flipping through. Some kind of disappearance case they're working with Fatgum Agency. A group of gang members vanished. He said, and Izuku whistled. Oh wow. He said, and then pointed to a section of the report. Witnesses saw a guy being all shady, could have been Quirk related. Yeah, it's possible. Izuku and him talked over the case, both making careful notes of their ideas, observations, and potential approach to investigating it. Izuku wrote up a separate page of potential Quirk factors that may have been at play, and they collected the material, taking it together over to Centipeder. This is what we came up with. Potential leads, a few hunches and observations. Izuku did some quirk analysis in here too. Hitoshi said, and Centipeder cleared his throat. Perfect timing, you're wanted in the dojo. He declared, and Izuku nodded. Oh nice. I feel great, a good time to punch. Hitoshi grinned and Centipeder laughed. Izuku managed to punch Night Eye in the face well before Hitoshi ever landed a single hit. It was a surprise move, aiming low at his body, and when he moved quickly backwards to avoid him, Izuku shot forward, pushed hard off the ground, and uppercut the man, landing a glancing blow on his chin. It still staggered him certainly, even 5% of one for all packed a hell of a punch, and the man paused their fight to assess if his jaw was broken. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Hitoshi was trying very hard to laugh quietly and without the endless sea of mirth inside him bubbling up. Good job, he said, snorting slightly, and Izuku glanced back, looking proud of himself, smug even. Oh thanks, Izuku said, and had to bite his lip to keep from bursting out laughing himself once he saw Hitoshi's face. Indeed. That was a good move, taking advantage of my retreat as you did. See if you can do it again. Night-Eye said, and his eyes had a dangerous sparkle to them. The rest of the session went as expected, with Night-Eye bouncing Izuku around the room, the boy exhausted by the time he tapped out and Hitoshi stepped in. He didn't do much better. Their talent seemed to be in their teamwork, their investigative ability, and endurance. Centipeder said, and Mirai grunted. Yes. I knew they probably worked well together given their situation as friends, but the casework is good. Sloppy in how they organized it, but that's practice and you haven't shown them anything regarding that, correct? Mirai frowned down at the case observations, flipping through them. No, I think they just sort of slapped it all together rather than sort relevant info all in groups. I think if I went over case files and how we generally organize them, they would only need the once. Centipeder said. Mirai nodded and looked over the paperwork once more. Pull some cases, minor ones, for them to practice. Things that are low stakes, low risk. Mirai stated, and Centipeder nodded. Of course, also, he started and made a soft hissing chuckle. Which one of them got you? Midoriya. Mirai answered sternly, and Centipeder sighed. Ah, I lost the betting pool then. He said. Why were you betting on my mence punching me in the face? Mirai sighed, and Centipeder shook his head, somehow managing to look smug. Oh no, that wasn't the bet, it was on which one of them would manage it first. I bet on Shinsukuin, the boy really, really wants to hit you. Centipeder said, and Mirai felt his forehead. Drive is important. He said with measured calm, and Centipeder chuckled again. Hey, it's your face. Oh shit. You okay? Shinso yelled and rushed across the room, Mirai already feeling the side of his face swelling from the quick rabbit punch Shinso had managed to catch him across the cheek with, throwing him a good few feet. I'm fine. Mirai hissed and checked his face. Nothing seemed broken, but he definitely was going to be bruised. Should we take you to medical to get that checked? Midoriya asked, jogging over, and Mirai shook his head, standing. That isn't necessary. Okay. Good job, let's go again. He declared, and the two boys looked at each other, then at him. Are you sure? I think I hit 5%. Shinso said gently. I'm fine. Mirai emphasized and fell into stance. Come on. You asked for it. Shinso grinned widely and Mirai sighed. Both boys had made astounding progress both in quirkless hand-to-hand and in using one for all. It was amazing how quickly they were advancing, climbing in their use of Toshinori's power quicker than even they realized. He had pulled their medical records to find a decent trail of broken bones, teaching them some very hard lessons, but overall, they were doing well. Shinso moved more carefully now, thinking about his moves well in advance of them instead of just doing what his body told him. And Midoriya was learning that fighting dirty was sometimes the only way. In life or death, sometimes you had to throw some sand in your opponent's eyes. Mirai blocked the few hits he didn't dodge and knew that he would have more than the one bruise, but kept moving, kept training these two boys. For Toshinori. Oh hi. You're Midoriya and Shinso, yeah? A bright bubbly voice said, and Izuku looked up at him. A broad, blonde high schooler in the UA uniform smiled down at them. Hey. Yeah, you're Togata, yeah? Shinso asked, and the boy grinned widely at them. I hope so, that's what it says on my underwear. He said, and Hitoshi snorted once, Izuku grinning widely. Oh, senpai, do you need the desk? He offered, and the boy shook his head. No, I was just dropping off some paperwork and figured I'd introduce myself if we're going to work together in the future. He grinned and leaned on the desk. Yeah, hopefully. Izuku smiled. Sir mentioned you don't, seem to be getting along well. Mirio said, and looked especially at Hitoshi. He's fine. Izuku shrugged. I don't really like him. Hitoshi stated blandly, not looking up from the missing cat case they were working with Crust, and Izuku looked sharply at him. Hitoshi! He hissed, and Mirio just laughed. Sir can seem abrasive at first, but he does care a lot. He is the person I can honestly say is most responsible for my ability to be a hero now. Mirio smiled and then sighed, almost dramatic. I almost quit before I came to the agency, and he really helped me realize my potential. That's great. I'm glad. I just don't think we have the same goals, me and him. Hitoshi sighed, and Mirio nodded, arms crossed over his broad chest. That's fair, and you won't always get along with your internship mentors when you're in school too. Sometimes it just isn't a good match. Mirio said, and then looked down at them seriously. But give him a chance. It's hard to get him to warm up to you, but if you can get him to laugh, you've got him. He seems to hate my jokes though. Hitoshi sighed heavily, hanging his head, and Mirio leaned in conspiratorially. Puns. Man loves puns. He declared, and Hitoshi thought a moment. Yeah, okay, I'll work on it. Hitoshi agreed, and Mirio grinned again. Great. He smiled, and Hitoshi smiled. He seemed like a nice dude. Mirio! Centipeder suddenly yelled across the bullpen, all three kids jumping. Oh hey, I gotta go. Mirio declared, and walked through the desk and over towards Centipeder. You can't leave cases laying around the office. I found 3 different ones assigned to you in various places. Centipeder scolded, Mirio laughing casually but looking awkward. I wonder why Night Eye wanted to keep us from meeting. He seems nice. Hitoshi said over to Izuku, who swallowed and nodded. He seems a lot like All Might. He pointed out, and Hitoshi froze. Oh. Hitoshi pushed through the pain in his shoulder and kept moving, swinging a wide kick at Night Eye's stomach, and the man jumped backwards, elbowing up into Izuku's gut and strafing away from them. Hitoshi shot forward, still moving, not standing still, as he followed Night Eye around the room. The man's eyes fell on his shoulder, and he stopped moving. Stand down, Shinso, he said, and Hitoshi moved towards him, aiming a punch at his gut. I'm fine. He grit out, and Night Eye moved around him, avoiding his strikes. I said stand down, he declared, and Hitoshi felt his eyes tear up, but he kept pushing ahead, Night Eye looking to Izuku. Hitoshi, stop. He called, and he finally froze. The pain in his shoulder was radiating out and down through his arm, and he found he couldn't really move it. Hold still, Night Eye said, and walked up, gripping his arm. Hitoshi looked and saw his arm was definitely dislocated and slid to his knees, Izuku behind him. Wow, thanks for the hand, he said blandly, and Night Eye snorted. Don't make me laugh right now, I'm trying to put your arm back into socket, he declared, and Hitoshi winced as he moved his arm up. But aren't I funny? He asked, and Night Eye sputtered and shook his head. That's terrible, he declared, and Hitoshi looked away about the time Night Eye pushed and his arm popped back into socket. Pain rushed through him, and he panted hard. I thought it was humorous. He grit out, and Night Eye looked at him shocked a moment, before looking at Izuku, and burst out laughing. Hitoshi chuckled softly, blinking tears out of his eyes, and Izuku came up beside him, setting a hand on his arm. Night Eye's laughter petered out, and he looked over at the boys. There is something seriously wrong with you kids, he declared, and stood fully, shaking his head. Hey, but I got you to laugh. Hitoshi grinned. Yeah, you sure did. All right, we should get you to medical and make sure you don't have any joint damage, Night Eye said, and Hitoshi grinned. I do tend to be accident prone. He smirked. You're the worst. Izuku sighed while Night Eye chuckled, helping Hitoshi up to his feet. Oh, now you're realizing. Hitoshi smirked and Night Eye looked between them and huffed once, still smiling. Hitoshi groaned as he stood. If I have to be in this much pain, so do you. Honestly. Night Eye rolled his eyes and moved them to medical. Surprise. Bubble Girl said, and Izuku blinked around the room, dazzled. Wow. Thanks, guys. He said, taking in the decorations on the walls and the myriad of agency sidekicks and heroes from other agencies they had met in their month here. One of the sidekicks, Komodo, a larger lizard-like man, sidled up to them by the door. Yeah, we figured since it's your last day until the next time you intern with us, we should have a little party. Komodo said, flicking his tongue once at them. Shinso nodded and rushed the cake. I didn't eat lunch, so you guys just saved my life. He declared, and the room filled with chuckles and chatter. You kids did a good job. Not even in high school and playing with some big cases. Crust declared, patting Midoriya forcefully on the back, the boy staggering. You really helped me out with that animal disappearance case. Yeah, no problem. Midoriya said, blushing at the memory of the case. A cat in a tree. Japan's number 4 hero was thanking him for helping with the missing cat. Hitoshi returned to his side, filling his mouth with cake, and Izuku smiled at his friend. Better? He asked, and Hitoshi grunted. Infinitely. I spent lunch on the roof avoiding a guy. This is a godsend. He mumbled around a mouthful of cake, and Izuku frowned. You're still having trouble? He asked, and Hitoshi frowned over at him. You're not? He asked, and Izuku shrugged. Since I said I got a Quirk, Kachin hasn't really so much as looked at me. He sighed, and Hitoshi nodded curtly. Good. I'll feed him my fist. He said, and Izuku felt a heat warming his chest. He really isn't that bad. Izuku muttered, glancing away, and Hitoshi grunted. Based on what you've told me, beg to differ, but I'll let it lie. He stated simply, and they stood in companionable silence as the crowd rotated through to wish them luck on their exams and future at UA. Hey boys, how about a picture? Centipeder offered, holding an old film camera, and Izuku nodded. Yeah, we should capture this moment. Sure. Hitoshi nodded and scooted closer. A moment before Centipeder said anything, Hitoshi shot a pile of icing onto Izuku's face with his spoon, the other boy sputtering, and Centipeder caught the picture, Izuku's face covered in icing, grabbing Hitoshi into a headlock, the taller boy laughing and barely keeping his plate from falling to the floor. End chapter 6. Shinso found himself sitting in his therapist's office a few days after the entrance exam. It wasn't terrible timing, he probably needed the session, he was mostly nervous about getting his acceptance still, and it made it hard to sit still and just talk. So how do you think you did? Dr. Chisaki asked, and he leaned back into the couch, pushing all the pillows into the floor. He would pick them up, he always did, but there were like 8, and that was far too many. Well, it wasn't terrible. Sharing my quirk did just about what it always does. He answered, and she nodded, understanding. He had seen her the last few years. Since he was taken in by the Shimeyas at least. He had been hoping a year ago to be out by now, but the assault had pushed everything forwards again. Another 2 years. At least. Not that he hated therapy, he just wished it was something he was engaging in voluntarily. Dr. Chisaki Juzo was good at her job though. Hoping for a clean slate? She asked, and he nodded. I mean, yeah? Like, we were all there recommended by other heroes. I guess I kinda hoped that it would be different. Like the assumption would be, no matter my quirk, that I had the backing of someone already a hero. Midoriya kinda helped, just sorta, being there. He answered, and she nodded and scribbled on a sheet of paper. How would you say your friendship with Midoriya is going? She asked. She had been asking for months, just checking in. She had been his therapist when he ended up in the hospital, so it was kind of welcome. We're close. I mean, I would say so. I don't know if he feels the same way for sure, 'cause you can't always know what people are really thinking, but I think so. He answered, and she frowned a bit. More than just because you were both trying to get into UA? She asked, and he nodded. I mean, we had a celebratory video game night after. I suggested it 'cause he looked like he was gonna pop from nerves, honestly. He smiled, and she smiled back. Seems like you're both pretty invested in this friendship. His therapist said, and Hitoshi nodded. Yeah, that's true. I mean, yeah. Hitoshi answered and she nodded. So what exactly happened at the exam? Oh well, we all introduced ourselves and mentioned who our recommending mentors were, just idle talk. One of the other students, I think her name was Yayarozu, or something like that. She asked about quirks and I answered. He said and thought about the look on her face, and the face of the boy with the wind quirk. It just kind of made things tense. Tense how? She asked and he sighed. Like, the way it always does, just, people kind of started talking around me, making sure not to directly address me or respond. Except Midoriya. Things sort of relaxed after a bit, I think because he was talking to me already, but it's still just. Esagidi? Yeah, that does sound pretty awful. Dr. Chisaki nodded and leaned forward. You know it isn't your fault that people do those things, Hitoshi. You aren't the person they're scared of, and as long as you're true to yourself, you can prove that. I know, I just wish I wasn't always having to prove I'm not this monster they all think I am. It's like I've got knives taped all over me and I'm like, hey guys, I promise I won't cut ya, come gimme a hug. It just SCKS that I'm always the one who has to show their fake knives? I dunno, this metaphor got away from me. Shinso groaned and leaned onto his knees. It isn't your responsibility to show them you're not bad. The only thing that is your responsibility is to be yourself. Maybe a more accurate way to say what I meant is that they'll realize in their own time who you are. She said and he nodded. Yeah. I get my class assignment and acceptance soon. He sighed and she smirked at him. That confident, huh? She asked and he blushed a bit. I breezed through the exam, and the physical was pretty simple standard quirk-enhanced physical fitness stuff. I imagine with all the training you've been doing that wasn't so bad then. She nodded and he shrugged. I think Midoriya and the ice guy did better than me, but I would say I got a solid third place. I don't count yourself short, Shinsukuin. You're pretty talented in your own right. From what you've told me, you've grown a lot. She said and he chuckled. Yeah, Midoriya's grown more than me though. And it's hard to compete with a crazy powerful quirk like that other guy had. I'm still getting stronger though. He smiled and she nodded. And I'm sure being at UA will help. Speaking of, do you want to keep seeing me or one of the school counselors? Oh, I think I'll keep coming here if that's okay. He said and she nodded, writing something down. Of course, I'm not trying to get rid of you. I just know that's a decision that you would need to make given they do have a lot of resources. Hero work is something that, I at least think, should have required counseling. She said and he realized she was filling out his next appointment card. He glanced at the clock and saw he still had a few minutes but already had gone through most of his appointment. That makes sense. Do you do hero-specific counseling? Shinso asked and leaned back again. She nodded. I do, usually for heroes much older than you, she smiled. My stance isn't the most popular in a machismo-fueled field like heroics. Rescue and underground heroes are more likely to use my services. Yeah, I'm not looking forward to weird macho posturing, to be honest. Shinso sighed and she laughed gently. I think given your history, you'll be able to shut that sort of behavior down if it becomes toxic. God, I hope so. Are you worried something will happen like what did with Jin? She asked and he froze. How did he explain that he was always worried about that, with anyone who learned his quirk? How did he explain that even after months and months of friendship, he still sometimes worried that Midoriya would snap and suddenly be just another bully trying to use him? How do you tell someone that you lie about your quirk casually to people so that you can actually have a normal conversation in line at the corner store? I'm sure it'll be fine. He said instead. I can't believe we did it. Hitoshi panted, laying on his back on the sand. Izuku smiled down at him. It had taken a while, almost 8 months, but they had it done. Izuku looked away from Hitoshi out over Dagoba Beach, the sand sparkling in the late evening light. They had to ask Hitoshi's neighbor to use their truck for the last few big items, but now that they had it was finally done. Izuku looked out over the water and felt his heart so full. I'm sure he'd be proud. Hitoshi said and Izuku looked back down at him, the boy sitting up with an arm propped on his knee, smiling. We did a good job. Yeah. Izuku smiled widely. I'm glad we finished before school starts back. Hitoshi grinned up at him. Me too. Izuku nodded. Hey. Hey you guys. A woman called to them waving a hand over her head. She was wearing a spring dress and sandals, running through the sand and eventually stopped in front of them. Oh, you okay? Izuku asked when she bent forward to catch her breath, holding her hat on with one hand. Yeah, I'm fine, I just shouldn't run, sorry. She said, panting and holding her chest a moment and then stood up straight and smiled. She was probably late 40s and pretty, long blonde hair cascading down her back as she smiled. I'm Kabuki Asano, glad to finally meet you. Midoriya Izuku. Izuku frowned and glanced to Hitoshi who nodded. Shinso Hitoshi. Good to meet you. She smiled and took Izuku's hand, shaking it firmly. What do you need? Hitoshi frowned and got to his feet. She smiled over at him. I wanted to thank you. When I was a little girl I used to come here with my mother and father. She smiled and pointed off as a big building. I've been staying with my father since Mom passed away last year. He's frail and I have a heart condition, so we take care of each other. Oh, here, take a seat then. Hitoshi offered and laid his hoodie on the sand. She shook her head. No, it's fine, I'm okay. Mom always hated that looking out the window meant seeing a place she loved so much reduced to a dump for the neighborhood. She said and smiled down at them. You guys really worked hard. I meant to come down and meet you before, but it seemed like any time I would spot you by the time I made it you had left. Oh wow, that's wonderful. I'm sorry for your loss, but I am glad we could help make this place better too. Izuku smiled widely and she nodded enthusiastically. Yeah, I've been here all day waiting 'cause I figured you wouldn't have much left. She smiled and Izuku noticed the little bit of sunburn she had on her face and shoulders. Oh my gosh, are you okay? It's been hot. He said and she nodded. Yes, I promise, I had a friend bring me lunch and I had plenty of water and a shady spot. I just really wanted to thank you. She smiled and Hitoshi nodded, face red. Okay, well thank you. We didn't really do this intending to be thanked, but I'm glad we improved someone's life. He said and Izuku nodded. Where's the man who was with you originally? Kabuki asked and Izuku looked down at his feet. Oh, he passed away. That was why we kept going to, finish what he started. He said and she covered her mouth. Oh, I'm so sorry dear. She said and Izuku wiped his face and looked at her resolutely. It's fine. He said and Hitoshi set a hand on his shoulder. Thank you. He said. Well, I bet he would be proud. You both did a great job. I can't wait to be able to bring Dad down to walk along the beach again. She smiled and reached in her bag at her hip. It isn't much, but some of the old-timers in my building got this to thank you. Oh, we could never take anything. Izuku declared and Hitoshi nodded. Yeah, like I said, we didn't do it to be thanked or anything. He said and she shook her head. No, I promise it isn't much. She said and pulled out a box. It looked to be some kind of chocolate. Izuku glanced at Hitoshi and the other boy looked away. She held it out. Please, it would mean a lot to us. Fine. We'll take it. But could you also do us a favor? Hitoshi said and Izuku elbowed him. Hitoshi! He hissed, looking at his friend, his phone in his hand. Oh, of course, anything. She nodded and Hitoshi handed her his phone. Can you get a picture of us? He asked and Izuku frowned, face red. What? I want to remember this. Our first big accomplishment as heroes on our own. Hitoshi smiled and Izuku found himself blushing, flustered. Oh, yeah, of course. He nodded and Hitoshi threw an arm around him and dragged him around towards the water. Okay. Say cheese. Kabuki said and smiled widely. Hitoshi grinned down at him and nodded and Izuku sighed. Yeah, okay. He smiled and stood straighter as Kabuki took the picture. Deku, you piece of shit, what are you doing here? Hitoshi wouldn't have even responded to Bakugo screaming if Izuku hadn't gone entirely stiff beside him, frozen in place. His eyes glided over to the fuming blonde at the front of the classroom, standing with his hands clenched into fists. Nobody else seemed to be paying much attention, still absorbed in their own conversations. The girl with the brown hair behind him at least had the grace to look worriedly at them. I passed. This is my classroom?" Izuku answered, and Hitoshi grit his teeth as the other boys started walking towards them. "Like hell it is," he yelled, his quirk crackling off, and Hitoshi saw red. He knew a threat display when he saw one. He knew a bully when he saw one. He wasn't about to let his first day at the school of his dreams start with this dickhead intimidating and maybe hurting his best friend. "Sit down," he said levelly and stepped between them, Izuku setting a hand on his shoulder. The room was quiet around them except for the crackling and popping of Bakugo's quirk and the high-pitched anger noise he was making that filled the space. "Hitoshi," Izuku started, and then Bakugo started moving towards them again. "Who the hell are?" He started to scream, and Hitoshi felt his already tenuous control snap. "I said sit down," Hitoshi yelled, and Bakugo snapped his mouth shut so hard his teeth clacked, and he turned and sat in his seat. He was struggling in his seat but unable to stand up, his mouth closed. He hadn't actually said for him to shut up, Hitoshi realized, but he had thought it when he put the power in his voice. He had wanted it, so that was what he got. Izuku would have thought that was an interesting development if he mentioned it. The room was silent, and his ears were ringing, tinny and bright as he looked at the faces of the people who were going to be his classmates from this point on. He felt his stomach lurch, and the ringing turned into a loud rushing. "I have to go," he said softly, Izuku still holding his sleeve. "Are you sure?" he said softly, and Hitoshi nodded frantically. "I have to go now," he said firmer, and Izuku nodded, the only sounds Bakugo's muffled anger. "Okay," Izuku said, and let him go. Shinso ran from the room. He didn't exactly know his way around, it was only his first day. His first day, Christ, and he already ruined it. He used his quirk on another student, he hadn't even hit him or anything. He hadn't hit anyone. He used his quirk without it being legal self-defense. 2 more years. 2 more goddamn years. How old was he going to be before he got to stop going to Fanji quirk counseling? He was going to be an adult, still sitting in the waiting room with 4- and 5-year-olds, with parents whispering to their kids and sitting as far from him as possible, telling them that if they don't behave, that's what they would be doing at his age. Shinso kept running until he spotted a door that didn't have a classroom sign and slid inside, shaking and barely breathing, crying. Everything was a blur around him. He couldn't hear anything, see anything. He slumped down against the door and started counting, trying to calm down, trying to match his breathing to the numbers as he touched each finger to his thumb. Calm down. Just calm down. He wished he could control his own mind and keep this kind of shit from happening. He choked on a sob and coughed roughly, unaware of things around him, until a hand settled on his shoulder. Hey kid, are you okay?" a voice said firmly, breaking through as Shinso pulled away from his hand, and the panic came back doubled over as he looked up at Present Mike and Midnight standing by their desks. "Oh cool," he went right to the office. "That seems like the perfect place for a shitlord delinquent to end up." "Yeah, I just cry for fun," he answered, sarcasm not sounding quite right in his mouth right now, his voice sharp and too high and too loud, and his face was wet and he couldn't breathe. He closed his eyes and felt his head thump back on the door. "Okay, hey, calm down, it's okay. It's homeroom, right? Who do you have?" Midnight's voice broke through, and she sat beside him on the ground. I'm in class 1A. Shinso answered, looking at her in her sharp casual suit, Midnight rubbing soft circles into his back. She shot Present Mike a look, and he looked at his phone for a second, sent a message, and then shrugged. "Come on, listener, let's get you some tea and you can hang out with the cool kids for homeroom." Present Mike smiled and led him to the couch with a thumbs up. "At least until you're ready to go back. Or he comes to get you, whichever happens first." "Yeah. Okay." Shinso nodded, gulping down mouthfuls of air. Shinso rode out the rest of his panic attack with a cup of tea and Present Mike talking about the school in the vague direction of him. Despite him being loud, he was easy to listen to, probably a bonus to being on the radio, and Midnight was a nice, quiet presence as she worked on a lesson plan beside him, smiling at him occasionally. He felt welcome. Honestly, it was a nice change to the hostile environment a lot of his school faculty offices had been previously. He didn't exactly have a lot of positive experiences with them in the past. Shinso Hitoshi? A voice said from the door and he jumped, turning to see a rather grizzled-looking, whip-strong man wrapped in a sleeping bag. He looked about as tired as Shinso felt. Yes? He asked and the man nodded, bowing the smallest amount. My name is Aizawa Shoyuda. I'm your homeroom teacher. Are you prepared to attend school with the rest of your classmates? He asked, his voice wry. You're only about 20 minutes late. Why, yes, I think so. I feel better. He nodded and scrambled to get to his feet and figure out where to put his tea. Good, because I need you to undo what you did to Bakugo Katsuki. He still can't move or speak, but frankly that part could stay forever should you choose to forget to do it. His teacher said in such a deadpan voice Shinso almost thought he was serious until Present Mike snorted beside him, hand over his mouth to hide it. Shoyuda! Midnight scolded and Shinso barked a single small laugh before nodding. While we walk, why don't you tell me what happened? Aizawa said, and Shinso nodded. Oh, Thimith. Your P uniforms are on my desk, Aizawa said, and Shinso noticed the room was empty except for Bakugo, who was grunting and trying to stand, the surface of his desk blackened by explosions, sweat on his brow from exertion, eyes positively mad with rage. Shinso walked over towards him and Aizawa cleared his throat. Before you release him, I have something to say. Ah, yes, sensei. Shinso nodded and his teacher pointed to the desk beside Bakugo's. He said, I do not tolerate bullying in the classroom. Aizawa stated and Shinso winced. It wasn't the first time his self-defense had been used as an accusation, but he had thought Aizawa understood when he told him what happened was the truth. Then again, this situation had not exactly been self-defense. He struck first. Yes, sir. He nodded and Aizawa looked at him, frowning deeply and blinking slower than Shinso had ever seen a person blink. I am not speaking to you, Shinso, I am speaking to Bakugo. The boy jumped at his name, looking shocked. You will not so much as think of any form of retaliation for this, is that understood? He said, and Bakugo's grunting got worse, louder and more angry. Aizawa glared at him, his eyes red and the explosions coming from Bakugo's palms ceased. Do you understand? Bakugo nodded slowly, glaring at Shinso out of the corner of his eye. I am proud of your ability to see a potentially dangerous situation and step in for your friend, but you handled the follow-up poorly. This wouldn't have gone as far if you had been here to explain yourself. Aizawa said, directing his attention to Shinso. He nodded. Yes, sir. He tried not to smile at the mixed praise. As it is, there were enough people who witnessed the event and spoke in your defense. Midoriya explained a more in-depth explanation of the events from his side, and I would suggest you hold on to him. He is a good friend. Aizawa said, raising an eyebrow, and Shinso nodded, unable to keep the smile from his face now. I will. He said, looking down at the surface of the desk. Now, do what you were brought here to do and then get changed. We have a lesson to attend to. Shinso felt like his skin was crawling with the way his classmates stared at him. Izuku, currently surrounded by a few classmates, the girl with the short brown bob, and a boy with sharp square glasses, spotted him and jogged over, setting his hands on the boy's shoulders. Shinso relaxed, feeling steady again. Grounded. He shouldn't have left, honestly. If anyone could have helped him stay together, it was Izuku. Hey, you okay? He asked and Shinso nodded. Had a panic attack, cried a bunch, met our other teachers accidentally, was pretty sure I was expelled. Did you know Midnight teaches art? He said casually and Izuku frowned. I did not, but also you're not gonna distract me from the first bit you said. Feeling better? Izuku said and Shinso shrugged. Got some tea and spoke with Aizawa-sensei. He seems understanding. He said and Izuku pulled a face, leading him over to the group of people he had made friends with in his absence. Oh well, wait till you hear what he has for us. Izuku sighed heavily. Izuku quickly introduced him to the group, then continued on to the class as a whole, a couple people eyeing him, sizing him up. It was really cool how you stood up for your friend Shinsukuin. The girl Izuku had been talking to, Pachinko? Something like that, he had already forgotten and was too embarrassed to ask again, said smiling up at him. Was he the tallest person in the class? Almost looked like it, with the exception maybe of the boy with the mutation quirk. Shoju or something. Yeah. Thanks. He said stoically, and Izuku elbowed him. Don't let his standoffish nature fool you, he's a marshmallow. He declared, and she laughed, stepping in to close their little circle. Well, now you're just gonna give away all my secrets. How am I supposed to have a cool facade? Shinso sighed morosely, and the serious student beside Izuku chuckled, instantly fulfilling one task Shinso had made for himself, which was make this stiff nerd smile. Master sit-up artist. Came an excitable yell from across the field, and he looked over to see the pink girl he occasionally spotted at the gym pointing at him. I'm gonna jump twice as far as you. Please focus on your tasks. Aizawa said from under his sleeping bag, not even looking before he seemed to be asleep again. Master sit up. Is that hey spot me girl? Izuku snapped his fingers and Shinso nodded. Yeah, that's her. Shinso smiled and waved, and she pouted, winding up to slide on her acid and get a faster start. She shot across the field and got a good dozen yards on her leap before running over. How was that? She grinned and poked a finger in his chest. You really surprised me, making a bigger entrance than me. Shinso stiffened and she laughed. You were really cool back there, work out with me more. I'm Ishido. She offered her hand and he took it, her grip firm but friendly. Ah, Shinso. Yeah, I heard. I have been calling you master sit-up artist since I met you. He did a 300 set rep like it was nothing. It boggled my mind. She said to Ida, was that his name? And he looked at them agog. Surely you took breaks? He asked, and Shinso blinked at him. What are breaks? Izuku and Hitoshi said at the same time, and Ishido cackled, slapping her knee. We can work out too, Midoriya. She grinned and he blushed, scratching at the back of his head. It is important to pace yourselves. And stay hydrated. Ida said, and then held out his water bottle. Take some. None good, I had water yesterday. Shinso said straight-faced. He had maybe gotten too used to Night Eye Agency's joke policy. Yesterday? Ida hissed, and Ochako, that was it, thanks for saying it, someone by the track, grinned, setting a hand on his shoulder. I'm pretty sure he's kidding. Oh no, don't put your guard down. He's kidding now, but keep the mom friend thing going. Last week he forgot to eat. Izuku ratted him out. Shinso pouting. I was studying. Not that you were any better. You're both going to give me a heart attack. Ida sighed and both boys grinned. Midoriya, you're up. Jairu called from across the field near a pole vault. Okay, wish me luck. He smiled and Shinso rolled his eyes. You don't need it. Shinso called after him, Izuku waving him off. You guys seem close, how long have you been friends? Ida asked, and almost a year? 8 months? Something like that. We met shortly after All Might passed away. Shinso answered, and suddenly the conversation halted around him, the atmosphere uncomfortable. Ida coughed into his hand and nodded. Oh. Yeah, well, like I said, you seem close. Ida said, excusing himself to stand near where the long jumps were still happening. Oh shit, that was maybe a bad move, huh? Shinso muttered, and Ochako nodded. Everyone is dealing with the loss in the community differently than others. She said, frowning. I think Ida is from a hero family, so it might just be hitting him worse. Reminder that heroes don't all live to a ripe old age and all. Ishido nodded along. Right? Yeah. Shinso said, and then took a sharp breath through his teeth. Now or never. Fun fact, I was there that day. It was my little sister's school. What? No way. Did you meet him before? Ishido gasped loudly, her voice quickly dropping to a conspiratory whisper. Yeah, he saved her, my sister. Shinso nodded. Wow. That's nuts. Small world, huh? Ochako nodded along and shook her head. Tsuyu has a bunch of siblings that went there too, she mentioned it during introductions. She wasn't there that day, but still, wow. Yeah, I met Midoriya that evening. It was kind of awkward. He's a huge All Might fanboy. Shinso smiled and crossed his arms. Aren't we all though? Ochako laughed and slapped Shinso's back. He grinned. Yeah, I guess so. He watched Siro faceplant into the ground and then leaned in. So what exactly are we doing here? Standard fitness test with our quirks. Whoever does the worst is expelled. Ochako answered and he froze. Wait, really? He's going to expel someone on the first day? Maybe? He has a bit of a reputation. He expelled a whole class last year. Another boy with some kind of lightning thing going on said, huffing and puffing after having done his 10-meter. Okay, sheet, what's first? Shinso asked and Ochako pointed. Long jumps. She said, thanks Ochako. He started and she grinned. Uraraka. Uraraka Ochako. She introduced herself and also offered her hand. He shook it. Uraraka-chan. He said, nodding firmly, and jogged across the field. Izuku was practically biting his nails. He wasn't doing terribly, but there was only so much he could do without the explosive power of their quirk, and none of the events had been something 2% could beat the others in their specialty. Shinso did better, placing first in sit-ups to Ishido's enthusiastic cheers, which kept him out of the bottom tier. He held the baseball in his hand and considered, meeting Shinso's eyes for a second before looking away from the panicked, nervous look his friend gave him. Hitoshi wasn't stupid, and Izuku knew his friend could feel the pull on their quirk. He wound up and started to throw, infusing his whole arm with one for all. The ball fell a few meters away with a soft bounce. What? He said and looked over at the others standing at the sidelines, Shinso's face in his palm. Aizawa-sensei's eyes were red, hair floating over his shoulders, and he glared Izuku down. Midoriya, he said, breaking the silence. What exactly were you planning on doing? I don't know, he said, suddenly panicking himself. If you had done that, where would that have left you? He said, and Izuku flushed. Down one arm. He answered honestly, and murmurs broke through the group of students. Aizawa's forehead twitched. Incapacitated. In the field, any injury should be considered major. Even small cuts can, if a mission drags out, become infected and cause a burden to your team or the victims you are trying to save. He said seriously. If you lose an arm, you're out of commission. PRD. Yes, sensei. Izuku said. He was burning, shame filling every part of him. Shinso had told him, and as usual he tried to push farther than he should. This was why, despite what he said, Shinso was better than him at this. He knew how to manage and control a quirk, even if it was a very different one. His eyes cast over to Hitoshi across the field, and his friend was anxiously shifting, waiting. Your scores have you finishing in last place, Aizawa said, and Izuku flinched. Yes, sensei. He should have known this wouldn't last. He should have just accepted that All Might gave one for all to Shinso and left it at that. He should have just become a policeman like All Might had said. However, Aizawa said slowly, Izuku looking up. You have yet to show that you have zero potential. Join your classmates. Relief flooded through him, and tears came to his eyes unbidden. Yes, sensei. He nodded and rushed over, Uraraka hugging him and Shinso nodding at him, and I told you so look clear on his face despite him not saying it. His friend patted him on the back through Uraraka's hug, and he tried to not cry all over her. All right, change and shower, then on to your next class. I can work with this, Aizawa said deadpanned and slunk off, the students celebrating and congratulating each other as they went towards the showers. Good job taking first, Yaoyorozu, the invisible girl said brightly, and the girl smiled. Thank you, I got lucky, my quirk was well suited for this kind of test, she said demurely, and Shinso laughed. Your quirk seems to be suited for most kinds of tests. It is super adaptable. And impressive you know as much as you do for it to work, Izuku added, and she blushed. Thanks. She smiled and walked over to join Jairu and Ishido near the girls' lockers. Kiss butt. Bakugu grumbled as he wandered past, and Izuku could feel Shinso rankle beside him. It's fine, he said softly. It isn't, but I'll leave it alone. Shinso grumbled. I wonder what's for lunch after all that I'm starving, Siro said, and Izuku smiled as he followed everyone back into the lockers. Aside from making a fool of himself, not a terrible first day. Shinso instinctively went for a table in the corner, so his back could be to the wall, and Izuku followed. What he didn't expect was that Uraraka and Ida also followed. He also didn't expect Todoroki to be sitting a few seats down from them, alone. Todoroki-kun, you can sit with us if you like. Uraraka offered brightly and the boy didn't look over. I'm fine. Okay, Ice Prince. Shinso nodded and dug into his food. He glanced at Izuku's and then looked at his friend. Cheat day? They had Katsudon. He whined and Shinso grinned. I won't tell if you don't, he said, pulling the secret dessert he had hidden under the table out and setting it on his tray. Are you guys doing a bunch of physical training with the hero who recommended you? Ida asked and Shinso nodded. Kinda. Izuku answered, rubbing at the back of his head. Yeah, we sorta set our training up before exams and then he modified it to include more strength training a month or so ago. We should honestly run it by Aizawa-sensei and make sure it isn't going to conflict with in-class training. Good point. Izuku nodded, enthusiastically shoving food in his mouth. It is important to not push yourself too hard, it can end up doing more harm than good. Ida said sagely, digging into his own food. Ida, you're from a famous hero family, right? Uraraka asked and he went a bit red. Ah yeah, guilty as charged. He laughed and waved it off. My parents are heroes and my brother is too, ingenium. I will be the third generation in my family to be a hero. Wow, that's crazy. I've followed your brother since he debuted. Izuku smiled. Me too. Uraraka added and the conversation devolved into hero nerd stuff and Shinso kind of zoned out, glancing over at Todoroki. Despite the temperature he was still wearing his uniform jacket, his tie tight to his neck. He looked familiar in a way he couldn't place, and it had been bothering him since the recommended student exams. Is Todoroki part of a hero family? Shinso blurted and the other three looked at him like he was stupid. Yeah, Hitoshi. He's Endeavor's son. The #1 hero. Izuku said and Shinso made a face. Oh, that JRK. He nodded and Izuku spat rice across the table, narrowly missing Ida and Uraraka. Hitoshi, you cannot just call the #1 hero a JRK. He hissed. Sure I can hiss. Did you see the way he was at the exam? All looking down his nose and standing with his arms crossed. Shinso said, crossing his arms and puffing out his chest. I'm Endeavor and I am the #1 hero and also a huge a-hole who never signs autographs, but it's actually because if I bent down that far the stick up my butt would break in half. The sharp bark of laughter from down the table caught everyone off guard and they all looked over to see Todoroki absolutely losing it, hand on his stomach and his elbow barely keeping him from slamming his face into the table. Oh, sheet, sorry Todoroki, he didn't mean it. Izuku said quickly, waving his hands to clear the air and Shinso huffed, poking at his food again. Oh, I absolutely did. He made my sister cry once. He declared and Todoroki calmed down enough to take a breath. That impression was spot on. He said, his face slowly schooling back to the blank face he had usually, but there was a glimmer of something in his eyes. Oh, I do a really good All Might, but like, a really specific one, see if you can guess. Midoriya said and pulled his face into an almost exact match to All Might's, Uraraka losing it this time. Oh, hold on, it's the vinegar one, right? She said, laughing so hard her face was red. Yeah. You got it. Okay, I have one too. Ida said and quickly messed his hair up and held his arms out in a casual shrug. It's almost like you other heroes aren't even trying for a newbie like me to climb to #2 so quickly. Hawks, I got that one. Todoroki said and Ida grinned and nodded, fixing his hair. My father didn't shut up about that press release for weeks. Oh, I've got one. Uraraka said and sat up super straight, pushing her hair back. She held her hands up in front of her like she was holding something. By serpent, today. Yuadami. Izuku stated and Shinso laughed too. You got the voice spot on, wow. They swapped impressions for a moment, Todoroki even doing a rather good Aizawa impression after Shinsu's did his impression of the tired hero, and that had the group trying to vote on which was better. Shinso laughed and smiled, and looked at his friend doing the same. His friends. Well, maybe friends. Hopefully friends. Hey, how was? Shinsu's mom started then stopped when he smiled up at her. He quickly looked confused. What? He asked. Nothing. You just look. Nothing. How was school? She asked and his smile returned. Pretty great. He grinned and went to hunt for his sister to give her the few autographs he covertly collected for her through the day from his teachers. Shimea Kaori watched her son walk into the house, lighter than he had ever looked, and sent Inko a text that simply had a smiley face in response to her worried question about how she thought school went, getting one back in turn. Great, huh? She smiled softly and went about finishing the project she was working in on her laptop. End chapter 7. Chapter text. It was weird to be taught normal subjects like English and math by pro heroes. Active pros at that. Something about it just felt weird. Especially in the classes where they wore their hero costumes, sometimes just after punching the clock on a hero case. Sitting and working on a painting with Midnight still in uniform instructing them in proper watercolor brush techniques, Whip at her side, or Cementos missing a good chunk out of his costume from the claws of a villain while he taught them about the differences between historical and sociological readings still felt surreal. It was almost a relief to see them teach hero classes. How are you all doing, my loyal listeners? Present Mike said, strolling in the door. There was a general buzzing of confusion, but he flashed them some finger guns and they silenced. Today I'm doing your hero foundational training. The group of students excitedly buzzed back into sound, talking a bit as Mike set up at the front of the classroom. We're down a faculty member for a few more weeks, so don't get too used to seeing me. We're all splitting the work up to teach you something different. Present Mike flashed a winning smile and hit a button, a panel in the wall opening up. Amidst the chaos and excitement as Mike explained that these were their hero suit designs, Izuku and Hitoshi shared a look between the two of them. Night Eye had mentioned that All Might was supposed to be teaching, and what better position for the world's #1 hero than hero foundationals. Now, we're going to ground Beta for an exercise. Go get changed. Mike had an enthusiasm that was contagious, everyone grabbing their equipment and following him out, Aizawa-sensei pulling up the rear. I'm excited to see everyone's costumes. Hagakure said, twirling her case in her hands. Me too. It's going to be really cool. Ashido nodded enthusiastically. Yeah, it's great to be doing actual hero stuff. Kirishima added and Hitoshi fell back to join Izuku who was holding the case to his chest, embarrassed. A missing faculty member, huh? Hitoshi said quietly as he fell into step beside his friend. Oh, what? Izuku asked, looking over like he had only just noticed him. What's up, you seem distracted? Oh, it's nothing, I just thought we'd have more time before we use these. Izuku said, his face going redder. Hitoshi stared at him then grew an evil grin. You did something embarrassing without thinking again, didn't you? He asked, smug, and Izuku groaned. No. My mom made mine. He said softly and he nodded, understanding. Oh, she's a good seamstress though. He said and Izuku sighed. Yeah, but everybody else probably has fancy support department gear. He said. Even you probably got something really cool. I mean, you got some too, right? Hitoshi said and glanced at his friend, Izuku's face a bright crimson. You didn't get anything? I panicked. They didn't have a list of what they could and couldn't do and I didn't want to ask for something extravagant, so I just got the extras that Mom couldn't make herself, like a belt to hold tools and stuff. Oh my god, Izuku. Hitoshi sighed heavily, pinching the bridge of his nose. That's why I'm nervous. I don't want to be underprepared. Izuku said, defensive, and Hitoshi waved a hand to clear the air. Okay, so top-down helmet? He asked. No, I have a reinforced padding in my hood. Izuku frowned down at his case. Close enough, braces or arm guards? Hitoshi asked. Braces, yes. Okay, knee pads? Yep. You wearing those shoes? Hitoshi pointed down at the bright red sneakers and Izuku nodded. Yeah. Any reinforcement? Nada really. They're no slip. Izuku said lamely and Hitoshi sighed. Okay, as long as you stick to punches and stuff. You should be okay for now. Let me see your tool belt. Hitoshi asked, Izuku holding the case away. No, we don't know what the assignment is, we could be on opposite sides. Fair. What about you? Izuku grumbled. Your costume. Did you get any cool support gear? He asked and Hitoshi smiled softly. Yeah, you could say that, he said and Izuku narrowed his eyes. You didn't get anything either, did you? I did, I totally did. It's just, not much, Hitoshi said and frowned. Or rather it's one big thing and not much else. Fair. At least mine doesn't have an All Might theme. Hitoshi teased and Izuku crossed his arms huffily. It doesn't. It's a unique design with a small homage, he declared. Yeah. Hitoshi laughed and Izuku pouted. It is. Of all the elements you could have picked. Hitoshi laughed, muffled under his hand, Izuku rolling his eyes and pushing his hood back down. Yeah. And what was that about not having an All Might theme? He asked, Hitoshi looking down at the red, white and blue pinstripes down his sleeves, the rest of his costume black and gray. He had gone with a practical body armor as his base, the one little pop of color on the arms the only thing that could give him away in a stealth situation. He also had a belt with a myriad of tools attached, and it looked close to the same as Izuku's. It's an homage, he said with a grin, Izuku rolling his eyes. And what is that? He asked, pointing to the mask hanging around his neck. Hitoshi smiled. A surprise. He held a finger to his lips. Fine, don't tell me. Izuku huffed. Oh hey Swap. Hitoshi asked and Izuku nodded, handing him a single hair. You want it back if you're first? Yeah, just in case. Unless it's both of us, then I'll beat you with what I have left. Izuku grinned and Hitoshi opened the pouch on his hip. Oh, can I have 3 more? He asked, Izuku frowning. What? I have a pouch for topping off and swapping in case we're teamed up and need extra firepower, as long as we agree that when I eat it you're giving it to me now we should be good, yeah? He asked and Izuku frowned, nodding slowly. Why didn't I think of that? He mumbled, continuing for a moment to speculate on if the trigger really did have to be verbal or if they could make preemptive agreements. Just empty one out here, Hitoshi said, handing him 3 shiny purple hairs. Hey, what are you two doing? Mike is about to start. Uraraka called over to them and they both jumped. Yeah, coming, Izuku said, handing him the 3 hairs as he pulled them from his head and started on over to join their class. This is a simple test. You are in teams of 2. One team is the villains, protecting the stolen bomb and planning to blow up a building. The second, the heroes, trying to stop them. The goal of the game is for the villain team to either keep the bomb away from the heroes until the time runs out, or incapacitate them and make them surrender. The opposite for heroes, you can take the bomb from them and win, or arrest them to win. The villains will have a head start to find a good place to hide the bomb, and the heroes will have to track them down and execute their plans. Aizawa said, showing the monitors. The whole area is on cameras and mics, and you will have earpieces to communicate. So run wild, young listeners. Present Mike struck a pose and the class laughed softly. Aizawa cleared his throat. Do not do that. You will be graded on your ability to plan and work as a team. Aizawa said, shooting a look at Mike who shrugged, embarrassed. Hitoshi looked towards Izuku who nodded back. Pick out of that box and decide your fate. Mike pointed to a box illuminated ominously from above, sitting on a small pedestal. Even Ida snorted. White slips are heroes, black slips are villains. Aizawa sighed, zipping himself into his sleeping bag. I'm not a diamond villain. Bakugu yelled from the box, having pulled the first black slip. It's just a game, Bakugu. Lighten up. Kirishima laughed and slapped at the boy's back, Bakugu grumbling but simmering down. Hitoshi took a deep breath and grabbed a slip, relieved to find it white, scooching over to Izuku. So, whatcha get? He grinned and Izuku held up his slip. I'm in Team 1. Guess we couldn't get that lucky. I'm third. Hitoshi sighed and Izuku nodded. Probably best for us to learn how to team up with other folks too though, right? Izuku said, and Hitoshi smiled at how fired up he seemed. Totally. Shinsuke-kun, I believe we're teamed up. Momo said, waving her slip. He smiled and nodded. Let's save the day. Izuku sighed heavily when he realized Kacchan was on his villain team, and Hitoshi stiffened beside him. It was unavoidable he would eventually have to either confront him or join him in a team-up. He couldn't just ignore the boy forever. You okay? You could talk to Aizawa-sensei. He doesn't seem thrilled about the matchup either. Hitoshi said. Izuku looked over at Aizawa, studying the monitors seriously. He didn't look much different than he had moments prior. Does he? I can't really read his expressions. Izuku asked and Hitoshi nodded. Yeah, he's super worried. Look at his forehead, it's really obvious. He pointed between his own eyes and Izuku frowned then sighed again. It'll be fine. I can't avoid it forever. If he hurts you, I'm going to kick his butt? Hitoshi said, steely, and Izuku remembered a similar look on his mother's face when he met her. Despite being adopted, the similarities were uncanny sometimes. Not if I kick his butt first. Izuku grinned with a confidence he didn't really feel. Deku, do you want to talk to Aizawa-sensei? Uraraka said, beside him all of a sudden, and Izuku jumped, thrown off by the nickname, especially in the mouth of someone smiling and meaning it when she said it. Oh, no, it's fine, he said, shifting, her eyes going wide. Oh, sorry, I heard Bakugo say it our first day and thought it was a nickname like, I can do it. Uraraka said, and Izuku clammed up. It didn't seem on the surface like a lie or malicious. And he had every reason in the world to believe her. She shifted from one foot to the other, awkwardly scratching the back of her head. I can nod if you don't want me to. I shouldn't have if I didn't know the history or anything. It's fine if you call me that. Izuku quickly said, and she smiled. Okay, so we ready to kick butt? She grinned and he nodded. Totally. He looked at Hitoshi. Wish me luck. You don't need it. Hitoshi grinned and Izuku followed Mike to the entrance of the training grounds. It took an embarrassingly short time to find them on the top floor of a concrete high-rise. They quickly snuck in, Izuku moving them quickly while Uraraka floated them into a fourth-story window. As soon as they know we're here, Bakugo will come at me first because he is going to assume I'm the bigger threat. I can provide backup then if you need it. Uraraka said, and Izuku shook his head. It'd be smarter to split up. If I can keep him distracted and you deal with Ida, we can avoid a 2-on-1 situation. Okay, so what's the plan? I can hold a good bit up with my quirk if I need to. Focus on tagging the bomb, but Ida will probably have some kind of plan in place to move if he needs to, so exits are important. There was a loud scream from a few floors up and Izuku winced. Okay, he's coming, go out the window and up the side. He said, and she brightened, suddenly seeing the whole plan. And then I can slip in behind Ida and maybe get the drop on him. She finished and he nodded. If he sees you he'll move, but I'll try to get Bakugo farther up the building so if he goes to run he has to get past a brawl. Okay, and if I can't tag it, you have a strength quirk, right? You could destabilize the floor. She suggested and Izuku frowned. He wasn't sure he could with only 2%, but with Bakugo running around like a raging bull, he could perhaps use that to his advantage. Yeah, we can adjust as we go. He agreed and she smiled, pushing off the wall and out the window, seconds before Bakugo wrenched around the corner, breathing heavily and growling. I'm gonna kill you, Deku. You can try. Izuku said, falling into stance. Hitoshi was biting his nails. The fight on screen was brutal, seemed too light a term. Izuku was playing dirty, ducking and dodging, kicking dirt in Bakugo's face, playing the defensive and retreating farther up the building when he could. Bakugo had caught him with 2 explosions already, Izuku's nose bloody and the side of his costume ripped as he ran. It just made him look cowardly to Bakugo, and he said as much, the vitriol coming off him in literal waves. Uraraka had gotten in the building but was spotted quicker than she expected, the game of keep away with Ida getting intense as he got. Maybe 2 in character. She kept touching things, bits of rubble and debris blown up by his quirk lunging him around the room, jumping out of the way when Ida struck out at her, and he hadn't noticed the cloud of rocks slowly accumulating overhead. Hitoshi turned back to the other monitor, following Izuku. He'd managed some space and slowed slightly, looking over his shoulder as he ran through the halls, his lips moving as he muttered too softly to hear on the comms. He slid to a stop and swiped at a pillar in the center of a large room with a marker. He did that 4 more times and Hitoshi grinned widely. Uraraka-chan, you're in position? Izuku's voice crackled over the earpiece feed they had, unwinding the capture tape until he had a good few feet, tucking the excess in his belt. Thus, I've got him right above the mark. This may take a minute, but I'll give you a signal, Izuku said, and Hitoshi saw him turn, Bakugo panting and furious in the doorway. Roger! Uraraka chirped and dove out of the way of Ida's charge attack again. You're FING coward. Running away like you always do. You lied to everyone about your quirk and now you're gonna act like a coward on top of it. Bakugo hissed and shot forward, blasting behind him to give himself some extra speed. Just FING fight me. Izuku pulled back right as Bakugo shot towards him and spun to dodge, throwing his arm out and clotheslining him, Bakugo choking and sputtering as Izuku moved towards his first mark, keeping his eyes on Bakugo. Well, he asked for it. Hitoshi mumbled and Momo covered her mouth, trying not to laugh. Bakugo went into an almost feral-looking fury, shooting blow after blow at Izuku, who dodged or caught his hands effortlessly. It seemed random at first glance, but there was a discernible pattern when Shinso watched for long enough. He always led with his right, no matter how much it threw him off, and despite the random nature of his blows, he was still keeping to a pattern of where he struck. It may have been different types of punch or kick, but his aim was for the same spots. Spots that would hurt when he hit. Stomach, kidneys, nose, temples, joints. It was dirty fighting too, it just didn't look as much like it. Bakugo hit the first pillar Izuku had marked with his nitro, and Kirishima cheered. That's such a cool plan, honestly. Hagakure said, punching a fist in the air. Yeah, Ida can't get traction if there isn't a floor. Sato nodded and Hitoshi felt proud. Yeah, he would go with that. His heart was full to bursting as he watched his best friend lead his enemy around by the nose. On screen, Izuku strafed and flipped out of the way, isolating his 2% in his legs and dashing quicker than Bakugo could follow, Bakugo crashing through 2 more pillars and finally landing a punch, solidly to Izuku's stomach. Hitoshi grit his teeth and glanced at Aizawa, whose hand was hovering over the button to call the fight as Izuku retched on the floor. The boy looked up, locking eyes for a moment with the camera and then pushed off the ground, shooting himself straight up in the air and kicking off a pillar towards the other side of the room. Yeah. Kick his butt, babe. Hitoshi yelled and the group all looked at him, stunned a moment. He shrugged. Sorry you don't know memes. The fight continued, blows exchanging a few times, Izuku catching one of Bakugo's hands with the tape and redirecting a shot towards one of the pillars before it snapped and he was backhanded into another. There was only one left and Izuku panted, rushing Bakugo and getting him around the middle, Bakugo going to hit him in the head before Izuku suplexed him into the final pillar, yelling as he did. Bakugo shot to his feet but the work was done. See ya. Uraraka now. Izuku grinned and jumped, fist aimed at the ceiling. The floor broke apart beneath Ida, the boy yelping as he fell and Uraraka shot across the room. Tagging the now free-falling bomb with her whole body wrapped around it, Izuku flailing but managing to land relatively soundly on the next floor up. Did you see that? That's my best friend. Hitoshi yelled and pointed at the monitors, Kirishima and Ishido also losing their minds. He looked back to the monitor to see Izuku grinning widely and giving the camera a thumbs up. Hitoshi felt like he could cry. Izuku was amazing. Win goes to the hero team. Please return to base if you can. Aizawa said and then turned to the others. Okay, so our next phase is to evaluate their performance. Yes, sensei. The group quieted down, a few excited whispers still running through the class. Izuku stumbled in with Uraraka's help, Ida close behind them, Bakugo grumbling and sullen at the rear, a dark purple bruise growing on his face. Take a break, you've earned it, Mike said and they sat. Izuku waved, and Hitoshi noticed his hand was most likely broken again. Izuku shrugged apologetically. Okay, so for the villain team, what would you say you could have improved? Aizawa asked the class. Communication. From the outset both parties came up with their own plan, whether by choice or not, and neither really enhanced their chance of success as a team. Todoroki said blandly and Hitoshi nodded. From Go Ida decided where the bomb should be placed, not really taking into account how Bakugo's quirk works, or the enemies he would be up against. That could be considered vital information that was disregarded as well. Jiraiya added, and Ida blushed. Ah yes, you have a point. He agreed and looked down at the floor, Bakugo silently fuming beside him. Bakugo fixated too much on who he thought the biggest threat was instead of working with his teammate. If he didn't know who was who in a real defense situation, he could have chosen to go after the wrong person infiltrating and left the package unsecured. Momo said, and Bakugo's jaw clenched so hard Hitoshi heard it pop. All good points, I hope you both take something from them. Aizawa said curtly and nodded towards Izuku and Uraraka. And the hero team? Izuku broke his hand again. Hitoshi blurted. In a real situation, if hostages had been present, he wouldn't have been able to assist with any rescue efforts after the fight. Again? Aizawa asked, fixing a level, serious look at him. Well, he looked mad. Hitoshi clammed up a moment. Ah, you know what I mean, he threw his safety out to complete the objective but didn't think far enough into the future. Hitoshi said, looking away from his teacher and to Izuku who hung his head. Uraraka did a good job establishing a backup plan with the debris. If things had gone wrong with Midoriya, she would have potentially been able to bog Ida down long enough to retrieve the bomb. The fact Ida thought ahead enough to remove the initial debris does lead me to think Uraraka got lucky that anything was destructible to begin with, however. Tokoyami commented and some of the others nodded. If I had to say one thing they did poorly, it was to rely too much on their own abilities and not trusting the other to do more complicated things for the mission, but that's something that takes time with hero teams. Kirishima said excitedly, giving them a thumbs up. Aizawa nodded. Midoriya, head over to the nurse, Bakugo. On to the next. Izuku got back from being scolded by Recovery Girl just in time to give Hitoshi a thumbs up and join the others. Good luck, he said, his friend waving as he walked off. They have something up their sleeve. Uraraka leaned over conspiratorially to tell him. They were talking in the corner the whole last battle. Who won? Jiraiya and Kaminari. Surprisingly, he kind of fried his brain a bit, but they managed to take down the hero team. Uraraka laughed and Izuku nodded, looking at the monitors. Tokoyami and Tsuyu had set up their bomb towards the bay, most likely to force an amphibious confrontation, and Tokoyami seemed to be using Dark Shadow to guard both sides himself. Tsuyu had lowered down into the bay, pretending to be elsewhere patrolling. Hitoshi and Momo stopped a few meters into the test ground and started having Momo make things. They looked like dummies. Izuku frowned. Hitoshi picked up one of the bodies and flashed a thumbs up at Momo, shooting off down the main drag towards the bay. He deposited the dummy on top of a building. He scaled quicker than Izuku had thought he could and shot across back towards Momo, who was still making objects as quickly as possible. Okay, that's all of them, Momo said, and Hitoshi nodded. Okay, part 2, you have what you need? Yeah. I'm ready. She nodded, hefting a bag on her shoulder. Okay, hop on, Hitoshi said and knelt, Momo hopping on his back. He took off around the city, moving the long way around. What is he doing? Izuku mumbled and Uraraka shrugged. Dunno, they seemed excited though. She grinned. This is fun, right? Yeah, Izuku confessed and grinned back. It really is. Hitoshi dropped Momo off near the bay a bit away from the others, and it suddenly dawned on him what they had been making. Momo donned the scuba gear quickly, grabbing the small propulsion thing she had created and handing the rest of the bag to Hitoshi. Okay, I will tell you when I am in position, she said, descending into the water. Perfect, he said and took off towards where he had stashed the dummy. Are they coming, Ribbit? Tsuyu asked, the camera on her a bit blurry but visible, and Tokoyami looked around. Dark Shadow, look around, he instructed, and Dark Shadow shot into the air. The mic barely picked up that he didn't see anything yet. Be on guard, I'm sure they have something planned, Tsuyu said, and Tokoyami grunted in agreement. I'm in position, Momo said, and you could see her vague shape taking form behind Tsuyu. Good, me too. Go ahead, Tsuyu yelped when Momo tossed her, protected by her wetsuit and the distance between them, and she quickly grabbed her, taking off in the opposite direction. Tsu-chan, Tokoyami said into his comm, panicking after a second. Please respond. We have captured your teammate. Surrender and hand over the payload. Momo said into Tsuyu's calm, and Tokoyami spun around, looking for them. Dark Shadow, find them. He ordered, and Dark Shadow shot away, spreading around the alleys and streets. He spotted Hitoshi on the roof, the dummy disguised to look like Tsuyu now, and flew back down to Tokoyami. He's on the roof with her, Dark Shadow said, and Tokoyami scowled. Is Yamamo with him? No. DMN. Tokoyami cursed. Dark Shadow, bring it with us. Dark Shadow picked up the bomb, and they both took off towards the roof. Hitoshi kicked the dummy off the roof. Ah, Tokoyami-kun. Shinso yelled, and it was a perfect replication of Tsuyu's voice. A surprise, huh? Izuku smirked as Tokoyami fell for it, calling back and sending Dark Shadow to catch the dummy. The second he answered asking if she was okay, Hitoshi had him. Give me the bomb. Please. Hitoshi said, still using Tsuyu's voice, and Tokoyami stepped back, Hitoshi quickly taping him up and grabbing the bomb. Hero team wins. Aizawa announced into the calm, and Momo cheered. The rest of the room burst into excited chatter, Izuku smiling widely. Midoriya-kun, you're crying. Uraraka said, and Izuku wiped his face. That's my best friend. He said softly, and Uraraka smiled and set a hand on his shoulder. He did good, huh? She smiled, and he nodded, looking back at the monitor to see Hitoshi helping Momo and Tsuyu out of the water, grinning widely. Hitoshi really was amazing. Hitoshi hadn't expected Izuku to hug him when he got in. You didn't even get hurt, that was amazing planning. He gushed, and Hitoshi blushed. Yeah, well, when you have basically unlimited resources, this is kinda easy. Hitoshi said, glancing back at Momo. Oh, I didn't do much. She said, embarrassed. No, if I hadn't had you on my team it would have been way harder. Hitoshi said decidedly, and Momo nodded, twisting at a lock of hair, embarrassed. Okay, so, the villain team first? Aizawa grunted. Playing to your strengths with the Bay was a good idea, especially since you picked a spot with the most cover from the sun for Dark Shadow. The weakness came in your preparation and not expecting an attack from the water. Sato commented musingly, and Tsuyu nodded. In Tsuyu's defense, I don't think anyone else would have made that bet. Kaminari chuckled. It is her turf after all. She still should have expected with the versatility of Yamamo's quirk that anything could happen. Gyro added, and Kaminari nodded in agreement. Tokoyami had a good idea with keeping the bomb with him, even during his rescue attempt, but that crippled you a lot. Izuku added, and saw Tokoyami turn crestfallen. I admit to having not been able to keep my cool in that situation. The darkness quickly consumed my spirit. Tokoyami sighed heavily and shook his head. Losing a comrade is always demoralizing. I doubt anyone would have faulted you if this had been a real scenario. Aizawa added, and looked at Hitoshi. The heroes? It was great. The level of coordination you both had was stellar. Frankly, it was like watching two old pros. Ashido declared, and Momo blushed. If you hadn't had 2 whole battles before you to strategize and prepare, you wouldn't have been able to pull it off. Bakugu grunted, and a few of the others cast him dirty looks. What? It's true. Bakugu does have a good point. You didn't communicate much once you started. How much did you plan out before you went in? Aizawa asked, and Hitoshi rubbed at the back of his head. Most of it. We had some ideas for backup plans that we could execute if one or the other saw things going poorly as well. The list of items to prepare hadn't needed to be as extensive once I saw where they had set up, and that burned through a lot more of Momo's stamina than we needed to. He answered, and she nodded. Correct. We hashed out almost everything before we even went in, assuming that Tsuyu would pick a defensible spot from the water and Tokoyami as dark as possible. The narrow areas around the dock seemed perfect. Given our having seen most of the layout, we figured that would be the best spot for them to pick. Momo added, and he nodded. We also assumed with my quirk and Momo's ability that they would expect a more head-on assault. Something a bit more direct. If Tsuyu had been more aware, a good portion of our plan would have been impossible to execute, as that would have alerted both of them right off that we had made our move. Hitoshi added. Taking our time also helped them to be on edge rather than prepared. Momo added, and Aizawa nodded. It seems both of you are fairly aware of your flaws. In either case, well done. Feels a bit not manly to attack that way though, Kirishima said, and Bakugo scoffed. Cheap is all, he said, snorting softly. Knowing your terrain and your opponent is a valuable tool for a hero. Investigation and preparation is a huge part of any kind of hero work, even villain apprehension. Aizawa said sternly. I would expect nothing less from someone recommended by Night Eye. Hitoshi's ears went red all the way to the tips, and he ducked his head. Thanks. The rest of the battles passed smoothly, Hagakure having to visit Recovery Girl for frostbite after Todoroki froze the whole building. Her and Ojiro were hiding in. Other than her though, there weren't a lot of other injuries, and Izuku had the worst of it. Bakugo had a cracked cheekbone, but Recovery Girl had patched him up fine. Nurse Hatchin ratted us out to Recovery Girl, Izuku said as he and Hitoshi walked to lunch, still in their hero uniforms. Monstrous. We should kill her. Hitoshi sighed and Izuku laughed. So what's with that support gear? It changed your voice? He asked, and Hitoshi popped it off his neck, handing it over. Yeah, it puts pressure on different parts of my throat depending on the setting to change my natural voice tone. I called it the Artificial Vocal Cord System, or AVCS for short. Whoever designed it left a note calling it her mockingbird baby. How do you know it was a girl? Izuku frowned. She left like a million hearts all over the note, I assumed. Hitoshi shrugged and Izuku nodded. Fair. Did you ever swap in, or is it still mine for the day? Hitoshi asked, voice low, and Izuku shook his head. I used what I had. Probably still good for the rest of the day. He answered, and Hitoshi nodded. Gotcha. Well, let me know when we swap so we can keep track and neither of us try to do something and fall flat on our faces. Hitoshi chuckled and jumped when Todoroki sat down 4 or 5 seats away. He had been slowly inching closer, and Hitoshi was starting to think he was maybe part alley cat. What are you guys laughing about? Uraraka grinned and joined them. Bakugo's new super move, where he falls flat on his back like a turtle. Hitoshi said, and Izuku snorted so hard rice came out his nose. A moment later, Izuku still coughing and trying to clear his sinuses, the alarm for an intruder went off, and the cafeteria was filled with screaming. End chapter 8. The thing about being a super visible, established, prestigious hero school that employed a lot of well-known heroes who were active in their field was that it made you a target. The security at UA was beyond reproach, top of the line. No parent or student could say that they didn't make their best effort to protect every one of their students. The UA barrier was the first line of defense, the active heroes that taught there another, and an integrated security monitoring system and intercom, including drones that could subdue would-be attackers with quick hardening goo, was the last. The final backup in the event that these systems failed was a series of bunkers beneath the school that could hold every student and teacher safely within until the attack or event had passed. As Hitoshi and Izuku were battered and shoved by their fellow students' panic, they saw those drones deploy out of the top of the pillars that dotted the pathways. They also saw the huge, hulking villains standing over the powdered remains of the UA barrier. Everyone calm down. Is this any way for heroes to act? You're going to do more harm than good trampling each other. Ida, suddenly floating above the crowd, yelled and pushed his glasses up his face. Move in an orderly fashion towards the stairwell and down into the evacuation routes. Calmly. The crowd murmured, some kids talking about the huge villain attacking the school with horror and fear, a shudder shaking the building and a couple people shrieking, but they moved quickly and calmly out. Izuku jumped and grabbed Ida's hand, Uraraka tagging him and letting gravity return to him. He straightened his uniform. Okay, thank you, Uraraka-chan, he said and looked out the window, the fight starting to heat up outside as the heroes also arrived. No, you're the one with the quick thinking. I'm just glad they all listened. She shook her head and glanced at the window herself just as another great blow shook the building, almost like an earthquake. Other heroes were arriving from the city as well, including some familiar faces on Shinsu's part as Edshot's team arrived. Kamui Woods attempting to entrap the huge hulking thing and failing as it ripped its way out of his wood prison like it was paper. We should do something right, Hitoshi said softly, and Ida shook his head. No, The best course for us is to stay out of the way. They're pro-heroes. If we go rushing in, it could keep them from having the space to work," he said, and Izuku grunted, hands effectively at his sides, shoulders shaking. "I hate not doing anything. We are doing something. We're making sure folks stay calm and organized so that everyone makes it out alive," Ida said, and set a hand on Izuku's shoulder. "That by itself is a hero's job too." "Wow, Ida, you're just full of hero knowledge today." Hitoshi whistled lowly, and the other boy shrugged. "I try." "Okay, so should we try and get to the bunker space then get our class together?" Izuku asked, resolve suddenly on his face. "That's what the student handbook says, yes. That way it is easier for missing or injured students to be identified." Ida nodded, and Uraraka shrieked seconds before the windows in the hall they were evacuating shattered inward, the huge, hulking form of the villain crashing through. It skid to a halt across the floor, and laid there, unmoving for a moment. "Keep going," Hitoshi and Izuku said at the same time, looking at each other. Uraraka shook her head. "I'm staying. You don't even know what it is." It was the best way to describe the thing in front of them, the skin pitch black and stretched over rippling muscles that looked taut to snapping. The brain was exposed, and its face had a curved beak that looked wickedly sharp. "Everyone keep moving," Ida called to the students cowering and crouched, some nursing injuries from the broken glass, and they started to move again, filing out quickly. He looked at them and nodded sharply, continuing to lead the panicked students out. The villain laid unmoving on the ground, and Izuku took a step forward before Hitoshi quickly grabbed his arm. "Don't." "It jumped up here, it wasn't thrown," he said, and Izuku nodded, watching the creature. "It was breathing, it did do that," and in a moment a voice rang out through the cafeteria. "Ah, Numu, that's where you ended up." The villain's voice was like nails on a chalkboard, walking out of a swirling void as he was. He was covered in hands. "Hey, what are you doing here?" Hitoshi called over to them, and Izuku clenched his fists, ready to strike if he needed to. The villain looked at him and laughed. "It's none of your business, you're just part of the mob." His voice stopped and he went still, stiff, his eyes getting that faraway look when Hitoshi exercised his power. "Sit down, put your hands behind your back," Hitoshi said, his voice quavering a bit as his head absolutely exploded with pain. He looked to Izuku. "You still have that capture tape on you?" "Why yeah." "Tie him up please," Hitoshi said, setting a hand on his forehead. "He is resisting a good bit, so make it fast." "Got it." Izuku nodded, and Uraraka rushed over to help, binding the villain's legs while Izuku got his arms. "Why are you here?" Hitoshi pressed, and the man's face contorted as he attempted to resist. "To undermine this sick hero society. Heroes are a poison on the world. We're sending a message that even heroes aren't safe in this world." The villain spat, and he felt a throbbing in the back of his head, radiating out around his face. "Is anyone else here with you?" he asked softly, and the villain nodded. "You're going to meet them, soon enough." The villain grinned, and his voice came out stronger, more assured. He had wanted to tell them that part. "Stay there and don't move from that spot until the heroes you have been fighting retrieve you for arrest," Hitoshi said, choosing his words carefully, and leaned against the wall behind him, broken glass crunching underfoot. His head throbbed, like his own brain was trying to squeeze out his ears, and he closed his eyes. "I have never had anyone fight back this hard before," he said when Izuku walked over to him, concern clear on his face. "Villains are all different, huh?" he said, and Hitoshi shook his head. "No, I don't know, actually it feels more like there's something already in there working. Like I don't have enough space cramped," he said and rubbed at his temples. "I think we're good either way, it just hurts, unless I get hit or something I should be able to hold him a bit." "Good, if things go bad on your end I can always suspend them and keep them from getting away to buy us some more time," Uraraka suggested and stood between them, ready to touch both or either if Hitoshi gave her the word. "Can you ask him one more question?" Izuku asked, and he nodded. "Yeah, sure," Hitoshi said, and Izuku turned to the man. "Answer him as you would me. Who sent you here?" The noise that came from the man's throat was wretched, strangled, and almost painful to hear. "All for one." he said, and the words cut like glass. And who are you? Izuku asked, crossing his arms over himself, not in any kind of defiance, but because he was scared, uncomfortable. The villain started to laugh, harsh and sick-sounding, grinning like a madman. I'm the person who killed All Might. Aizawa ran. The villains had started out attacking one, maybe two at a time, but as more and more somehow appeared, it had gotten slower to make his way towards the cafeteria. He hadn't been able to keep eyes on the black-skinned creature long enough to stop its quirk before it barreled into the building. It hadn't come flying back out or collapsed anything, so he assumed something had failed on the villains' plans. That, or they were searching for information that was more valuable than just attacking a school. When he skid into the cafeteria, his feet sliding in glass, and saw his problem children standing over two villains, incapacitated and restrained, he sighed heavily. Why aren't you three in the evacuation bunker? Aizawa groaned and Midoriya jumped. Sorry, Sensei, we can head there now, we were just waiting for someone to arrest these guys. Midoriya assured him, and Aizawa knocked the one guy out, the Numu looking almost catatonic. Go on. Now. Aizawa said, and Shinso dithered for a moment. He said he was the one who killed All Might. He was under the effect of my quirk, and I'm not sure how much of that is even able to be a lie, but I asked who he was, and that was his response. He said all for one sent him. Midoriya added, and that chill in his veins spread to full-blown ice water. Go to the bunker. Right now. Aizawa said, voice more urgent than he had intended, and the boys gave each other a look before nodding. Listen to him, follow his instructions. Shinso said to the man on the floor before grabbing Uraraka's hand and rushing with Midoriya out the door. You're not going to beat him, Eraserhead. None of you will. The villain mumbled from the floor, barely conscious. I disagree. And didn't I mention? Keep your mouth closed. Aizawa said, and the villain's mouth slammed shut. Aizawa sighed. That was almost worth the trouble those two brought into his classroom. He just wished he could do it on demand. The school rocked overhead as they ran down the stairs, parts of the building blown off. A couple students hurt in the halls that Izuku helped up and moved along. Hey, help! A familiar voice called to them in the hall and pointed at an area where a piece of rubble was blocking the door to a classroom. Mirio looked at them and suddenly recognized them. Midoriya. Shinso. My friends are stuck in there, but we have our provisional licenses, so we can go help. I got it. Uraraka said and touched the debris, floating it out of the way. The door frame wiggled a bit, unstable, and she quickly slapped it too, keeping it in place. The two other students came out and Izuku recognized them immediately. You're the big three. He blurted, and Mirio flashed a thumbs up. We sure are. Amajiki, you okay? He asked, and the dark-haired boy rubbed at his shoulder. Yeah, it's mostly just a bruise. The other boy said softly, and the girl beside them started levitating. Mirio, put your costume on and meet us out there, I'm going ahead. She called to him. On it. The boy vanished into the floor and left his whole uniform behind as the girl grabbed Amajiki by the shoulders and flew down the hall. That was... Izuku started, and Hitoshi shook his head. No time, come on. He rolled his eyes. What a time for him to get hero nerdy. Should we make sure no one else is trapped? My quirk has always been geared more towards rescue efforts. Uraraka said, and Izuku nodded. As we go. It felt like hours before Ida saw Uraraka, Midoriya, and Shinso come in through the door, each of them helping another student along. I think that's everybody for 1A. Momo said softly, and Ida nodded. Yes, we're lucky. Ida said, looking at the other groupings, some only 3 or 4 students waiting for their classmates. Hey, we ran into a few provisional heroes who went to help out, so don't worry about the numbers too much yet. Shinso said, still holding a girl under the arm, her head lolling worryingly, eyes unfocused. I think she's from Class B. Do we have medical setup or anything? She might have hit her head. Some students with healing quirks are set up over there helping out. The intercom said recovery girl was on her way, but I don't know how long that's going to take given everything happening. Momo answered, pointing out the group, and he nodded. This way, guys. He called to Midoriya and Uraraka, and they quickly walked them over. They rejoined the class in a moment, and the school crashed overhead, dust settling from the ceiling. Shinso sat down on the ground and took a few deep breaths. "You okay?" Uraraka asked, setting a hand on his back. "Yeah, this is just a lot like what happened when those villains attacked my sister's school," he said, breathing out through his mouth and in through his nose, counting his breaths. She rubbed at his back softly. "Yeah, Dimon, that's true. I didn't think about that," she said, and Midoriya sat on his other side. "Can I help?" "Just being around helps," he said softly, and the building shook again, his eyes screwing shut tight. "Unless you can single-handedly stop all of those villains. Don't tempt me. I hate sitting here like this." Midoriya scowled and he nodded. "Yeah, at least then I could do something? I could help instead of just sitting here." He scowled and rubbed at his head. He was still feeling the strain on his quirk from holding Handguy in place, but it wasn't as bad as when he had tried to question him. "Hey, how is it out there?" "I was in our classroom grabbing something when everything happened," Kirishima said, looking far away himself, staring at the door. "About what you would expect. Nobody was dead as far as we saw," Izuku said softly, hands clenching on his pants. "But I hate this." Kirishima scowled. "We should be out there helping. We're heroes too. We are heroes in training. Technically, we could still get in trouble for using our quirk against another person without licenses," Hagakure said from beside them, and they all jumped, her still in her hero gear as well, so just a floating pair of gloves and boots. In the event of an emergency, such as life or death threat or natural disaster, an individual may use their quirk in self-defense or the defense and well-being of others without repercussion, Hitoshi said, and the others blinked at him. He shrugged. "I know the law. People have tried to bend it to F me over enough. Plus, I helped out at my sister's school. I was recruited as assistants on the spot and technically was a part of the chain of command once verbal permission was given by Kamui Woods." "Shinso, that's so manly," Kirishima said, eyes watering. "It's not that big a deal. Either way, none of us have been given authorization to help." Hitoshi sighed. "So right now we can defend ourselves and each other, but that's it. If anything, Aizawa-sensei's orders were the exact opposite." Izuku sighed as well, leaning back against the wall, thunking his head against it. "Aren't you cold?" Jairu blurted suddenly toward Hagakure, and she laughed. "Oh, I am freezing down here, but what can I do?" She shrugged, or that's what they assumed with the exaggerated raising of her hands. "Oh, here," Izuku said, taking the top of his uniform off, still wearing a white shirt with the words, "undershirt," across the front. "Yeah, take mine too." Hitoshi nodded and took off his jacket. "You can sit on mine too," Kaminari offered, laying his jacket on the ground. This escalated until Hagakure was sitting wrapped up in about 10 different jackets, looking like a pile of laundry. "Oh, thanks guys, that's a lot better." She sighed, and Izuku laughed. "You look like the floor of a college dorm room," he said, and Hagakure laughed too. "Just don't throw me in the wash," she said, and then waved at Momo. "Feel free to join me if you're cold too." "Ah, yes, thank you," Mono said, and sat daintily beside her, wrapping up in one of the multitudes of jackets. There was a huge crash and the whole shelter shook violently, dust filling the room. Hitoshi took another deep breath through his nose, counting out on his fingers to focus back in. "I have a signal finally," Kaminari said, and the others crowded around him as he pulled up the news. "They're really gonna call it that?" Todoroki scowled and Ida frowned. "It certainly is a dour outlook," he agreed. "The siege of UA isn't entirely wrong though," Izuku mumbled. "Doesn't look like there are any casualties yet that they've found, but a good number of heroes and students have taken injuries." Kaminari read off, scrolling down. "Looks like a calculated attack on multiple hero schools. Ketsubutsu was also breached from the inside out, some kind of warp quirk." "Christ." Bakugo huffed, looking more nervous than Izuku had ever seen him look. "Yeah. Shiketsu had an event, but the villains didn't manage to fully invade before their security shut down the school. The students are still inside, but it's got a release protocol that it does or something. I don't really get it." Kaminari continued and Hitoshi peeked over his shoulder. Anything else? He asked and then froze at the next headline. OF dash dot. Kaminari said, lowering his phone, biting his lip for a moment before he continued. Someone desecrated All Might's grave. Those words sunk in, the whole bunker getting quiet, the only sounds the battle raging overhead. Chatter returned with just as sudden a rush. What the F dash? Bakugo yelled, punching a wall. Izuku would have been startled if he didn't feel like doing the same. Who do those fuckers think they are? That's so effed up even for a villain. Zero hissed softly, shaking his head. How dare they? How could anyone ever? Ida growled and wiped at his face. That's awful. Tsuyu whispered and shook her head. He's already dead, what more could they want? To make sure he can't come back. Hitoshi muttered, meeting Izuku's eyes. The other boy nodded, his expression hard, even for Hitoshi, to read. Terrible. I hope they get these guys. Shoji grunted, shaking his head. Who has gotten injured? Todoroki asked softly and Kaminari jumped, not seeing him until he said something. Oh shit, ya hold on. He mumbled and unlocked his phone again, scrolling back up. Okay, so heroes who have been removed from the fight include Crust, Ryuku, a member of the Wild Pussycats, but it doesn't specify who, some sidekicks from Night Eye Agency and Fat Gum Agency. Gunhead took a serious injury and is in critical condition. Kaminari kept looking and Todoroki sighed. Is the old man on the list? He asked more directly and Kaminari slapped his own forehead. Oh duh, let me see. Kaminari mumbled and kept scrolling. Looks like he's fighting some horrible monster with hawks outside Shiketsu, but he's still going. It's apparently getting pretty intense and he's taken some injuries but isn't down yet. A couple of his sidekicks have been considered out of commission. Firebrand and Jetstream it looks like. Ida, your folks seem to be working on dealing with stuff outside now, even your dad. He's retired. Ida said and his voice sounded distant, shocked. Nobody could blame him for coming to help, you're his son. Jiru said, setting a hand on his arm and Ida nodded, sniffling. Who from Night Eye does it say? Hitoshi asked, Izuku nodded. No, there hasn't been any comment from the agency yet but they're dealing with a lot. Kaminari said, looking closer. Looks like they're directly handling the UA case and coordinating the heroes up there. Gotcha. Hitoshi sighed wearily. Oh, looks like a couple other retired heroes have joined the fray, including Speed Hero Gran Torino, Lightning Hero Arcstone, and Teleport Hero Killer Queen. Kaminari read and continued. They're all UA alumni or former faculty. There's a few others too in pictures and stuff, but none by name. How does it look? Izuku pressed and Kaminari waved a hand at him. There's a stream, hold on. He muttered and pressed a button, raising his phone a little to get a better signal. We are here in the sky over UA as the siege continues. Heroes are clashing with hundreds of villains, more reinforcements appearing every minute. They are organized and tactical. The pro heroes have made the call to have the provisional student heroes fall back to safety as more heroes across the city, new and old, band together to defend their alma mater. We have received news that one of the leaders of this organization, calling themselves the League of Villains, has been captured and taken to Tartarus by the hero Eraserhead. Other heroes have made multiple arrests over the course of the attack, but there doesn't seem to be any break in it. Now going live over to Kimitaro at Ketsubutsu. Kimitaro-san. I have to go to the bathroom here. Kaminari handed his phone over to Todoroki, who took it like he didn't know what to do with it as students pressed in around him. Thank you, I'm currently here with Blue Lightning, who came out of retirement to help with the crisis today. Blue, what can you tell me about what is happening? The older man stood straight, the mask he had on not quite fitting his face anymore, and nodded. Yes, we've currently gotten the students to a safe location, but a bomb threat has been made. This is a truly villainous event. These children aren't only some of the brightest stars of their generation, but also the future of heroics. What made you come out today? I have spent the greater number of years in my youth protecting the peace. All might may be gone, but heroes never truly die, and the actions of the common man, as we have seen for ourselves these last few months, prove that. What is he talking about? Hitoshi frowned and Momo glanced at him. You don't watch the news much, huh? There has been a skyrocket in vigilantism since All Might died, not always in costume as unlicensed heroes, but also everyday people using their quirks to stop petty crime. Momo said and Hitoshi nodded. Oh, wow. Yeah. The police have been against it mostly. She nodded sagely. Frankly, I think it's a bad idea, dangerous for regular folk without training, but that's me. Do you approve of the vigilante justice that has been rampant in the country since All Might's death? The reporter asked, shocked. Officially, heroes require training and there are structures in place to assure that we are protected legally. Blue Lightning said, then looked directly at the camera. But I also feel like no person should be able to witness a crime they could have prevented, do nothing, and still be able to sleep at night. The reporter looked at him, stunned, and Blue laughed and scratched his head. But then again, I'm an old-timer, you know. There's a reason I retired. Ah, strong words from Blue Lightning. I will let you get back to work. The reporter said, and Blue saluted and shot back off towards the tent the commanders had set up to deal with the crisis. I guess there's a lot of that kind of thinking happening, especially since villain attacks have gone up so much. Izuku mused and Hitoshi nodded. Yeah, God, it would be terrible to see someone get hurt because the heroes can't keep up. Uraraka frowned at the phone. This just in, Night Eye will be making a statement shortly. The reporter announced and Izuku glanced at Hitoshi. Here, do you want this? Todoroki said, offering the phone to Izuku. He frowned. I'm fine. Oh, I thought you were his son. Todoroki declared, utterly serious. Hitoshi nearly fell over laughing at the look of pure shock on Izuku's face. No, I'm not. Izuku declared and Todoroki frowned. Ah, the resemblance was there. I guess it was you, Shinsu-kun? He asked and Shinso laughed harder, almost unable to breathe, barely holding himself up with a hand on Izuku's shoulder, the shorter boy bright red. No, neither of us. Night Eye showed an interest because of some villain attacks we helped with before All Might's death. Izuku said quickly and Todoroki narrowed his eyes like he didn't believe him. My mistake. Can you shut up? Centipeder is on screen. One of the students from another class said, elbowing Hitoshi, and they all quieted, Hitoshi unable to keep the smile off his face. Hello, Night Eye is currently dealing with a sudden complication. Meanwhile, I will brief you on the situation. Centipeder said and Izuku smiled. He was glad to see he wasn't harmed. A little beat up but still put together. As of 20 minutes ago, a good number of the villains have either fled upon hearing news their leader had been captured or surrendered. There are still some fights currently ongoing, but we expect that the situation should be resolved shortly. Recovery Girl has been assisting with keeping our forces in the action, and we are grateful to the paramedics and other emergency responders doing their best in this crisis. That is all I have to report. Thank you. Centipeder bowed and walked off screen, the feed switching to the reporter at Ketsubutsu. We have also seen less villains, some kind of warp quirk taking many of them out of the fray. SWAT is still on standby to sweep the building for explosives, but it seems the worst has passed. Except that it hasn't. Hitoshi grumbled and Izuku nodded in agreement. Yeah, this was less about killing anyone or hurting us, but that man said that they wanted to prove that even hero schools weren't safe. They have definitely done that. Izuku said and looked away from the footage of the fights happening outside, even as he could hear every bump and crash above them. True. Uraraka sighed and went to sit back down, the majority of students splitting off, leaving Todoroki holding a phone awkwardly with just his own classmates and a few Class B students. Kaminari eventually relieved him of phone duty and Todoroki visibly relaxed, sitting near Izuku and the others. Worried about your dad? Ida asked and Todoroki bristled a bit. No. He will be fine. Like always. He declared and Ida looked embarrassed. Of course, I didn't mean to imply otherwise. He said and Todoroki waved him off. It's fine. He grunted and relaxed a bit more. So, how freaked do you think our moms are right now? Hitoshi grinned over and Izuku and he buried his face in his hands. Oh God, it's going to be the worst. I'm surprised we didn't spot them stomping towards Centipeder to ask him what the hell was going on. My mom, maybe your mom, doubtful. Shimea-san brings out the worst in her. Izuku sighed, Hitoshi laughing. How the heck did Kaminari even get signal down here? My phone has been sitting at 0 bars since we closed the door. Uraraka grumbled, shoving her phone in her pocket. Dunno. Hitoshi shrugged and Izuku leaned against his shoulder. Probably something to do with his quirk. Or he has a jailbroke phone or something. Izuku suggested and yawned. Oh right, he went to Recovery Girl about his hand after the battle test. He was probably running on fumes by now. The others continued talking, Izuku nodding off, saying something in response only occasionally, and Hitoshi lowered his shoulder to keep him from falling over when he dozed off. Despite the crashing and banging above, and the students still talking around them, Izuku eventually fell asleep leaned against Hitoshi's shoulder, and he smiled softly down at Izuku's tangle of curls. End chapter 9. Izuku woke up to people yelling and loud metallic slamming. He peeked his eyes open and realized he was laying on a small cot he didn't remember falling asleep on, in the bunker, and a bunch of kids were at the door yelling at each other. Just because you're Class A doesn't mean you can make all the calls. A blonde boy was yelling in Ida's face, the boy stammering. We're not trying to, I'm just saying he could at least seal up the door so nothing gets in until the all clear hits the news. Kaminari yelled back and the other boys snorted derisively. What if the heroes are trying to get in and it's obstructed? The other boy shot back. Just wait, we can block it and remove it just as easy, right Todoroki? Hitoshi asked and the other boy nodded. What is going on? Izuku asked, stretching. Oh, you're awake. There has been someone trying to get in for a bit. Hitoshi said, looking at the door rattling. And if it was the heroes, why wouldn't they just use their authorization to get in? Momo asked and the shark-toothed boy next to their antagonist frowned. She has a point, Monoma, he said, and the blonde scowled. The door could be stuck or damaged in the attack. The news still says that they're continuing to make arrests and capture villains. Hitoshi said slowly, holding his head with both hands. Izuku frowned. Okay, so if it is a villain attack, what are your plans in the event they breach that door? He asked and Monoma gaped and sputtered a moment. Well, He started, looking frustrated as he looked to each of the other members of his class. Exactly. We can either put everyone at risk with a plan that leaves them vulnerable, or we can shore up and keep laying low. His classmate with the ponytail said sharply. You need to put your own feelings aside. If it is the heroes, then they will make their intention clear, otherwise it's possible that the villains are surrendering as a smokescreen to secure hostages. And I, for one, refuse to be a hostage. Another of his classmates spoke up and Monoma grumbled and crossed his arms. Fine, do it. Okay, Todoroki? Hitoshi asked and the boy nodded once before the other students cleared the door, and he blasted it with a few inches of ice. The temperature dropped in the room by a few degrees, and they could still hear the banging on the door, but muffled through the ice. Okay, show's over. Ida said, shooing the other students away. The girl who stood up to Monoma bowed to Ida. I apologize for him behaving as he did. As heroes, we should do our best to work together. She said, Thank you, it's no trouble. Ida said, also bowing back. But I'll deal with him, she said, grabbing him by the ear and dragging him back towards the area their class had claimed. Izuku did a quick head count and blinked. They were missing 2 students. That would maybe explain their urgency to get out of here. There were whole classes missing from their bunker, but others were all over. If they were rescued, then there was a chance the others were still safe. He would have wanted to know too, if his friends were alive. Or even if they weren't. How was your nap? Uraraka grinned and Izuku groaned. I can't believe I managed to even fall asleep. How long was I asleep? 2, maybe 3 hours. She smiled. Any change in the news? Izuku asked. Aizawa-sensei was carried out. He's in critical condition. Hitoshi answered, sighing. Sheet, what was it? There was some famous villain who hadn't been seen in years? He was enormous. He caught Sensei with a solid hit and threw him through the support department, like all the way through. Hitoshi winced and Izuku shook his head. Sheet. Yeah, condition is reported as stable for now. Night Eye keeps updating the news on their progress. Some very dangerous villains have been captured, or in the case of one, recaptured. They announced who in the agency was hurt, Komodo and Briar, but neither of their wounds are critical. Hitoshi said, and Izuku twisted at the fabric of his pants. He hated knowing this was still happening, that other students were even possibly in danger. The ceiling rattled again and he noticed Hitoshi jump. Are you okay? Not really, but I don't have a choice, do I? Hitoshi scowled and Izuku threw an arm around his friend. Hey, it'll be okay. These things are sturdy, they're meant to take this kind of battering. Izuku said, slowly speaking. He could feel Hitoshi's breathing, quick and shallow, relax to a more average speed, matching Izuku's intentionally slower tone. He nodded a few times, quickly, and Izuku saw him touching the tips of each of his fingers to his thumbs slowly, his breathing eventually matching it. Yeah, that's true. He breathed out, swallowing thickly. He chuckled, but it sounded hollow. Before a few months ago, I didn't really have a problem with small spaces or being underground. That makes sense though, Izuku said. A few days after they met, Hitoshi had told him the whole story, how he saw All Might die, how his sister had been cramped and covered in blood and he had squeezed himself into that small space to help the man, only to watch him die. He knew Hitoshi was in therapy to process the event, but it was still hard to see him like this. Some hero I am. He snorted and Izuku sighed. It was quiet between them for a long moment, just the sound of banging and crashing around them filling the silence. I think Crimson Riot said in an interview once that being brave isn't about not being scared. It's about facing what scares you regardless. Izuku said softly and pulled his knees to his chest. He smiled softly. At least I hope that's what he said. I'm literally terrified all the time, Hitoshi. You don't show it if that helps. Hitoshi said, smiling over at him. You're like the coolest under pressure. Well, that does make me feel better, I guess. Izuku smiled, face going red. No problem. Hitoshi smiled and Izuku checked his phone to see if he could at least try to call his mom. Still no signal. Anyone else getting signal? He asked, setting his phone off to the side. A couple folks, but overall it's still out. Might be some kind of signal jammer. Right. There was a sudden smashing noise, like shattering glass, the ice covering the door cracking and splitting, and Todoroki shot over, shoring it up. The door itself was crushed inward a bit, a hole just big enough for a person to slip through, and a huge hand reached through it, a voice growling lowly. Come out, little birds. A voice said, laughing with an insane bent to his voice. Izuku felt the terror hit him a moment before he and Hitoshi were both at their feet. Gigantomachia had gotten away, breaking down through the floor and leaving them unstable and injured. 15 heroes out of commission with a single blow. Sorahiko sprinted, trying to find a stairwell down to the bunker directly below them that hadn't filled in with rubble behind the man. Where that monster was headed, and too much of this had already gone terribly. He had only come because he was in the area working with Naomasa in the all-for-one case after Toshinori had died to begin with, and seeing Yue in this state lit a fire in him he wasn't soon to forget. This whole thing reeked of all-for-one's influence, and when Sorahiko had spotted Gigantomachia crashing through the school, his suspicion turned into resolve. This man had killed thousands, and the man behind him even more than that. Sorahiko grit his teeth and kept running, pushing down and upstairs, shooting around corners and past heroes doing their own fights. He knew what Gigantomachia's goal was, and he wouldn't be a very good teacher, retired or no, if he let the man get a bunch of students where they should have been safest. He ran, winding and whipping deeper into UA, backtracking along blocked routes, using every bit of knowledge he had from years of teaching to guide him, hoping to head Gigantomachia off before he arrived at any of the bunkers under the school. He arrived to Gigantomachia reaching one too large arm down into a bunker, and the sounds of children screaming. Everyone get back, stick to the walls. Todoroki yelled, layering ice over the villain's arm, it crackling to the ground with a single movement, and Izuku looked to Hitoshi. Do you have a plan? He asked, and he saw the panic in Hitoshi solidify for a moment into clear resolve. No, I hit it a bunch? Hitoshi scowled and Izuku nodded. Works for me. he said and scooped up his jacket, covering his face with his hood. We can iron it out as we go. Hitoshi added and grabbed his as well, the other students of 1A looking at them, just as terrified as Izuku knew they both felt. Anyone with ranged quirks go ahead and attack, we're moving in close. Izuku called over his shoulder. He looked to Hitoshi and slid his hand in his belt pocket, pulling a single hair out and swallowing. Hitoshi nodded back and went to move to an attack position but paused when he felt a hand on his arm, gripping his jacket tight. Hey, let me help. Bakugo said seriously, and Hitoshi pulled his hand off his arm. You can shoot with those, right? He asked, pointing at the grenade-themed bracers, and Bakugo nodded. Yeah. Okay, so do that. He said and pulled his mask up. I'm not just gonna cower here and do nothing. He hissed and Hitoshi glared back at him. So don't. But don't get in my way. Bakugo, I may have an idea. Momo said timidly, and Hitoshi ran off. He still felt one for all kicking full bent through his chest and he caught Izuku's gaze. I'm gonna give it to you. Hitoshi yelled, making eye contact for a moment before moving in, smashing punches and kicks to the wrist and elbow of the absurdly large hand reaching in, Todoroki continuing to ice over the surface, sweat crystallizing on his forehead as his body temperature dropped. Todoroki-kun, stop. Ochako yelled, running up to him. He stopped for a moment and she shook her head. You're turning blue, take a break. I've got this. A gloopy boy from Class 2C who was radiating heat said, slumping forwards and throwing streams of molten metal at the villain. You kids are starting to get on my nerves. The villain growled, shaking the rapidly cooling metal off and going to grab Hitoshi. That was Izuku's cue. He rushed in, putting himself on the opposite side of the hand, and he and Hitoshi coordinated to each hit either side of his wrist simultaneously, a loud crack echoing through the bunker, even over the yelling of coordinating attacks, treating injuries, and sobbing students, too scared to fight. The creature screamed and Tsuyu grabbed one finger with her tongue, wrenching it and dislodging the now broken bone more. She slipped out of the way as Izuku dropped a hammering kick on the injury, the villain trying to yank his hand back but Hitoshi grabbing his thumb in both arms and pulling. Oh no, you don't. He growled through gritted teeth and Izuku saw him sliding forward before green and red lightning crackled around him, arcing softly, and he stood firm. You come into our house? Hitoshi took a step backward, the bunker shuddering. Izuku watched his friend and felt his heart thundering in his ears. God, Hitoshi looked really cool right now. You hurt my teachers? My friends? Hitoshi took another step. You make me have to be in this awful place? Hitoshi, right there? Izuku yelled and shot forward, pushing more of one for all than he maybe should as he threw a fist solidly into the top of the villain's shoulder, now stuck in the hole, and where it met his collarbone, gripping tendon and yanking with all his strength. The creature screamed. The other student screamed. Izuku felt something snap and slide away, like a wet rubber band, under his hands and realized he was screaming too, but with anger. Hitoshi had said it best. You come into our house? He hissed and the villain pulled, Hitoshi sparking out and getting wrenched forward before he let go and the villain retracted his arm. You little brats are going to pay for that. He snarled and fed his other, uninjured arm in, grasping around. Izuku nodded when Hitoshi met his eyes and swallowed down a hair. That put Izuku on a clock. One he wasn't sure he even knew the end time for with as hard as he was pushing himself. Some of his muscles creaked with exertion, and he tried to keep his breathing calm to reduce the tension in his body as he whipped across the room to Hitoshi's side. I don't think that plan is gonna work twice. Hitoshi panted, obviously wiped after that last push. No, me neither. He's going to hurt someone or exhaust us long before we figure out how to stop him. Izuku scowled and grit his teeth. But I'm not gonna stop trying. Good to hear. Hitoshi said and Kirishima and one of the Class B students ran up, Kirishima hardened and the other boy gleaming chrome beside him. Guys, hey, we can distract him, give him something to go after. If he grabs at either of us, we can stand it long enough to get a few hits off at least. Kirishima offered and Izuku felt his stomach drop. It was one thing to use himself as bait, or to take advantage of Hitoshi doing that, but the idea of anyone putting themselves in danger before he did was impossible to imagine. It's really risky, none of us have been caught so far, and if you can't harden enough. Hitoshi thankfully spoke up and Ida rushed over. Then allow me to assist, he declared with a grin and shot forward, kicking the man's wrist once and in the other side of his elbow in almost an instant. Okay, yeah, he isn't likely to get caught. If you want to try and pull some distraction too, we can keep hitting him where it hurts. Izuku nodded. Or, if you would step aside please, Momo said politely, Bakugo beside her, his gauntlets removed, and both of them stepped behind an old cannon. Izuku gaped and Hitoshi cheered. There's my girl. Totally. He stepped aside and Momo kicked the cannon forward a bit, lining up the shot, Bakugo quietly shoving his nitroglycerin-filled gauntlets deep into the cannon, and Momo covered her ears with a pair of noise-canceling earmuffs. I would recommend covering your ears. Ida left. She called and Ida zagged wide, covering his ears and diving the last bit out of the way as she pulled the detonation cord, and the cannon shot, nearly point blank, into the villain's palm. Die! Bakugo yelled in triumph. There was screaming. Sorahiko shot across the space between them and slammed a kick down onto Gigantomachia's head about the time a deafening boom shook the bunker and the stairwell, and the monster screamed. He pulled back, bleeding all over and trying to hold his hand together, blasted to smithereens, with a now obviously broken wrist that Sorahiko hadn't seen before. The creature staggered, Sorahiko adjusting midair and landing a few meters away as the man cursed and yelled his anger to the stairwell and bunker, threatening the children. There was sobbing, he could still hear sobbing, but then he heard, clear as day, from the other side of the door. Put something else in here. We dare you. Yeah, we will blow your butt sky high. The monster of a man growled loudly in frustration and anger, and then stood. He shook his head. I have better fish I can go after. No, I don't think you do. Sorahiko growled and shot across the area, landing a solid hit to the base of the monster's skull, his teeth clacking loudly, and the creature went forward to one knee. He growled. Oh, you caught up, old man. The villain rasped and lurched forward, Sorahiko moving now, jumping from place to place, trying to get enough speed that he wouldn't see it coming. About the time he blasted into the monster's side, a jet of red flame shot clear across the area and splashed up into the creature's face, him screaming and swiping at himself. You kids stay back. Sorahiko yelled and flipped, propelling himself faster and faster, bouncing off each surface to build his momentum, and he launched into the man's back, hearing a rough snap and bouncing off again, the creature spinning around and swiping at him. A boy shot out and slammed a hit to the creature's knee, quickly dashing back into the bunker before a barrage of ice shot out as well. Sorahiko growled and managed, with Gigantomachia distracted, to wrench the monster's wounded shoulder and drive him to his knees, shakily holding himself up. I am serious, you kids stay in that bunker or so help me. Sorahiko yelled, and another flash of green lightning shot out, whipping a spinning kick to Gigantomachia's face before vanishing back into the bunker. Hey, old man, we were here first. Came a petulant shout, and then a blast of explosive power shot from inside the bunker, lashing over Gigantomachia's back. Sorahiko felt his eyebrow twitch. Listen up, you shitty kids. I swear to God I will kick this guy's but then your butts if you don't stay put. He yelled, and a kid dashed out, then really quickly dashed back before he finished. Sorry, sir. Came a formal voice, and Sorahiko nodded, spinning and shooting across the space to slap Gigantomachia around, the man slowly wearing down, eyes unfocused. Okay kids, this isn't gonna last long. He yelled and punched right into the area behind the creature's ear, knocking his inner ear and disorienting him, the creature dropping a moment, not unconscious, but disoriented and off balance. All of you up the stairs, right now. A group of kids ran out first, coordinated, patterned to protect the students with less protective quirks. It frankly was amazing to see a group of students organized to this degree when rarely did he see pro heroes manage to organize this well in a real emergency. The next group passed out, rushing up the stairs after their classmates, and another round following. Gigantomachia rustled and Sorahiko shot over, kicking hard at the monster's other ear. A group of students approached him. Oh no you don't, you go with your friends now. He grumbled and the kids looked among each other until a kid spoke up. You sure you don't need help, Gramps? He asked, hands cockily on the hips of his flashy hero uniform, and Sorahiko narrowed his eyes. I've dealt with this guy before. Seriously, you should go. All of these heroes are here to save you right now. Sticking around and getting hurt would just let all of them down. He declared strongly, and the boy growled. I'm not gonna get hurt, you old. The boy started before another two boys covered his mouth and dragged him off. A short kid in the front bowed. We will be going, thank you for the assist, he said respectfully, and Sorahiko nodded. Same to you, kid. He grunted and the group fanned out, following their classmates upstairs. One boy stood back and looked once at the monster on the ground. Hitoshi, come on. The short kid called, rushing after the others, flashing with black and green a moment before he vanished, and the boy, Hitoshi, nodded. Keep the others grouped together, we're bringing up the rear. If you run into a fight, report. The other boy said blandly into an earpiece. He met Sorahiko's eyes. Izuku mentioned with his quirk, this guy probably has some quick rebound time. I could give you an edge. What do you mean? Sorahiko growled and the boy stepped forward, kicking Gigantomachia weakly in the head. Hey there, big guy, what's your deal? He asked, and the creature growled, rumbling the floor. Fuff. He grumbled and then went stiff. That'll do, Hitoshi said and leaned down. You're going to stay down, not move, and surrender for a rest to this old man. Yeah. The man growled reluctantly and the boy nodded. Awesome. This should last at least until his bearings come back or he regenerates or whatever and can fight back against me more. The boy bowed at the waist. Thank you for saving us. No problem, now get out of here. Sorahiko said, shocked. Listen to the old man, you big F dash. The kid called and quickly ran after his friends, a red and green lightning flashing over him. To us. Strangely familiar, but Sorahiko couldn't place it. After all, he had bigger fish to fry. Midoriya, Shinso. A voice called and they looked around in unison, spotting Centipeder, suit ripped and a bit bloodied, quickly striding towards them. Oh hey, Hitoshi said in his signature bland tone. Oh my god, it's him. One student muttered to another and the other girl nodded excitedly. I can't believe it. So we left some old guy with a speed quirk by the bunker with a huge terrible villain, if someone wants to give him back up. Hitoshi said, pointing a thumb back over his shoulder. Frankly, he didn't seem like he wanted or needed it, but still. Izuku agreed and shuddered a bit. Centipeder nodded back. That would be Gran Torino. He is plenty capable, but I'll call in backup for him since some folks just cleared up to try and evacuate the school. Oh see, we're ahead of the curve. Hitoshi smirked and Izuku nodded. Well, I'm glad it worked that way, he said. Is anyone injured? Centipeder asked and they both shook their heads. We do have a few, but we have been checking in on them and helping them along. Izuku answered. Our med tent is over there. Both of you should report in to Night Eye. He has been worried. Centipeder pointed and heard Hitoshi laugh. That guy? Worried? He is responsible for you both still as former interns. And he worries a lot actually. Centipeder added, his expression the same as always as he shrugged. It may actually be full-blown anxiety, but I'm not a doctor. Fair. Izuku nodded and looked back to the other students, still making their way out of the building. Hitoshi patted his shoulder. It's okay, if you want to have a private talk with your dad before I join you guys, I don't mind. He said, his face serious before breaking out in a grin. Izuku groaned and shoved him, stomping away towards the command tent. Oh my god, shut up. He yelled back over his shoulder and Centipeder looked at Hitoshi calmly. What the F was that about? Hitoshi just laughed and explained as they walked over to the group to help them get treatment. In Chapter